Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to another Wednesday live stream. We got 3 laptops again tonight that you get to vote on. So go ahead and cast your votes now. It's kind of a mix, right? So we have one's no signs of life, no power, basically. One that was an eBay purchase. That one might be fun. We don't know what to expect. Another one was somebody who worked on it to clean the fans, put it back together. It's not working. So. Fixing a laptop that is working. Oh, I don't do that. I don't do that. We only work on ones that don't work. I don't like fixing ones that do work. So how's everyone doing tonight? Oh, I need to fix this view. It's hard for me to read. There's too many words if I do it in that view. Let me fix that real quick. Sorry. I hope everyone's doing good. Simper, how you doing? Check the poll, please. Check the poll. Does the poll say something weird? Give me a second here. It's fine. It's fine. You guys understand. Why can't I get in this view here? I don't understand. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay, green juice. I got green juice. I'm about to get going on that. Okay, so XR does work after cleaning. No, doesn't. You're correct. I can't edit it though. So okay, X14 doesn't work. So just there you go. The customer, I wrote it up really fast. It was like having to post it because I was running around. So anyway, none of the laptops work. How's that? None of the laptops work. The last one it doesn't work. The customer took it apart, put it back together. So is there something with the mic? Is there something wrong with the mic? Come on. Don't make it happen. I don't want anything wrong with the mic. Does it not sound good? Is it crackling again? Subtle crackle? How's this? Is that better? Is that the crackle better? Audio is crackling. It's crackling. Hopefully it's fixed. Still crackling? Little crackle. You got some static, slight crackle. The craggle. What about the craggle? Yes, better. I just reseated the plug. You know, these things, whatever, you know. Hope everyone's doing good. It's doing good. Snap, crackle, pop. Okay, so Hot Tub Time Machine is just did its prime sub for 10 months, man. Thank you. It's still crackling. No, the crackle got worse. Come on, is it that same situation? I'm going to turn off the mic and I'll turn it back on. Well, hello. Is it back now? Is it still craggling? Crackle is here. The craggle. So the audio volume is low. Wow, it's much brighter and louder now. I can see it. Looks good. I haven't heard a single crackle to speak of. Way better, way better. And I'm back. I just rebooted it. What ends up happening here, I'm just going to let you know. I hook this thing on and I start filming a video. I was filming a video this afternoon. You got to know about this one. This is going to be crazy. Anyway. And I walk around the building sometimes. I'm walking all over the place. It's a wireless mic, so I'm like going all these, yeah. And so sometimes it just disconnects. But anyway, all right, crackle. I released the crackle or craggle, whatever we want to say. We got 3 laptops up on the docket, and probably the most interesting one I think would be the whichever one, the eBay one, right? So there's our vote. So go ahead and cast your vote. We got about 5 minutes left on the vote. You're lurking. Chesty's lurking. He's always poking his head out, little alien lurker. Hello from the son of Phoenix. Hello. Smash that like button, please. Okay, got a question for Nate. Uh-oh. Why don't you have an adapter? Let's see. Hold on. It moved on me. It moved. When it moves, it's hard to read. Why don't you have an adapter to hook between battery and your meter for the adapter, for the power adapter? So I was making one, and again, you have to make one for like 1 million different batteries. So that's kind of the main thing. Crackle back again? Crackle's back again. Is it because I moved? Because I moved? The crackle is back. Okay, give me a second. I'll reboot this one. Last time I did this, then the audio stopped altogether, so I'm not looking forward to doing this, but give me a second. I'm gonna reboot this too. The crackle. All right, new day, new live stream. Hopefully we have no crackle, or the crackle is back. The crack is back. And my God, I'm getting all sorts of, look at this. Now my video's all messed up. All right, you can never have a good stream. There we go. Fix that part. There we're good. All right, now we're cooking. No crackle here. Okay, crackle. Audio's fine. Audio's fine. Remember, I can always go to my backup microphone. The backup microphone is way over there, and it sounds like I'm a distance. In the distance, in the distance. All right, 3 minutes left. All right, I'll go through these one more time. And so Vostro 7620 is a no signs of life, no power, nothing like that. The crackle is gone. Good, thank you. The eBay purchase, that's kind of standard stuff. It's as is. Who knows what we're going to get into. They are in chat, actually. What was their name? Cannot remember their name. Bradley. Bradley's in the chat. So he requested to put it in there. So I am putting it in there. And then the last one is X14R2. I think they're in chat too. So they're working on it, and then now it doesn't work. So vote on that anyway. And Bradley, if you win, you look like you're going to win, actually. So you might as well let everyone know who you are, where you are, what your handle is. And so while we're waiting, I actually had a special delivery. I had John came in, one of my, he's in the chat right now, actually. And Prowler-Ace brought me in a blue corn whiskey. Okay, so new day, new whiskey to present here. So we have a blue corn whiskey, which I've never had. So he said he went through all sorts of different types of whiskeys over the years, and this is the one that is his absolute favorite. And he picked up like cases of it. He had to buy it out of different areas of town. And so I'm going to go home and try this stuff out tonight. It's made by Balcones, if you want to pronounce it like that, Balcones. And the True Blue. You're my boy Blue, right here. So it's made from blue corn, which is interesting. So it has that nice hint of sweet. Look how dark it is, right? You can't even see through it. Can you see me? It's pretty dark. So, oh, it's dark. So I'm going to put this on ice and roll it back a little bit. Okay, so there's Bradley is reformed Johnny. Ooh, here's Johnny. But I also he also sent me with some of these cigarellos, so little cigars. So these are a exotic fruit and bourbon vanilla. So these are his absolute favorite too. So you know what I'm doing tonight. Now I just need a movie to go with this. Should we watch Here's Johnny? Should we watch The Shining? Since I haven't watched that. Thank you for that, John. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Awesome. Isn't the crackle? With the blackboods all over Texas? T2. Oh, no. Yeah, I guess I could watch T2 because I've watched that plenty of times as a kid. But again, I literally watched it from a Betamax to recorded to VHS. So it had like the copy, whatever, protection lines or whatever going across it. So top cam is laggy. Let me fix the top cam. Top cam is laggy. Let's go back. I need to reset all my cameras. Whenever I reset my audio, I have to redo these cameras. So let me do that. And I'll do the microscope while we're at it. So I think this may have something to do with audio whenever I'm having these issues. And I'll do face cam one more time to reset that. All right, let's see if we're much better. Look at that. In sync, we are smooth as butter. Smooth as 30 frames can go. All right, Macrovision. Is Macrovision a movie? I just watched Office Space the other day. So we already checked that one. Did you like the Blantons? I love the Blantons. The Blantons was the bomb. Yeah, it was very good. Now, it's one of those things where, like, I've never owned a bottle, so I'm gonna take my time with this bottle. It's gonna take me a little while to get rid of it. So, Spike needs to be reset as well. Man, I'm way behind the curve on everything here. Kendrick, what are you doing? Or Kendick. That's a hard pronunciation of that word. $20. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's just out of the blue with no comment? You're not even telling me anything? There's nothing to go along with that? I kind of wish there was something to go along with that. VHS copy protection scheme. I know. Go Betamax, VHS, Betamax, back and forth. Snip, snap, snip, snap. What's up with the 6.7? Where's the 6.7 at? All right, 6.7, 6.7. Hello from Sycamore, Texas. Well, hello. I don't know where that is, but it's in Texas somewhere. I'm in Texas. Learned a lot from you, Nate. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I try. Reform Johnny. There you are. I may be in and out of the stream. You can ask me questions if you want. That's fine. That's not normal. It's normal. You cannot. It's hard to stay here. It's hard to be right here the whole time. Right here. We're right now. You're right here. We're not over here. We're right here. Okay. That was true. Thank you. So, can we see a system checks for the mods, please? Hello, hello. So we have. Which bourbon are you looking for? Ooh, I don't know, because I don't know enough about bourbon to know what I'm looking for, but what I like, I know what I like. I like wheated bourbons in general. I like sweeter bourbons. Little sweeter bourbons. Jack just rated us with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for that, Jack. You going crazy there, Jack. The I-9 and the Direct and Robert and King and what is that? LLO. Thank you for that. And he just resubbed for 4 months to save another laptop tier. That's the highest tier there is. There's a low tier, medium tier, top tier. You're the top tier, baby. Thank you for that. Watch the plane, the airplane. Watch the airplane. I've watched Airplane. Is it the airplane? Is there something I'm missing here? Okay, the votes are over with, people. The votes are over with. Hello, Lampasses. Hello. Do you remember the older Intel 386 or 486 folks? Oh, yeah. Everyone remembers those things. Don't get them started. Don't get them started. Oh, yeah, we got some people at 4:45 in the morning. That's right. You're on a 30-minute time zone, aren't you? Should I watch Airplane? I feel like if I was watching Airplane, I would have to eat a gummy or something. That's a hard one. Maker's Mark released a special reserve, $175 a bottle. I always, Maker's Mark is pretty good stuff here. When you get out of Blanton's, it's Blanton's time. When you get out, it's Blanton's time. That's right. Well, I'm going to try out this new Balacones, the Blue Corn whiskey. Okay, anyway, enough of the shenanigans. we got the votes over with. Okay, so votes are over with. We have the M17R5 is the winner. It's the eBay purchase, so it's the unknown, the mystery box, right? Nate versus eBay. So Nate versus eBay coming in hot. Tessa just resubbed with her Prime. Don't drink, so I can't help. Okay, I understand. That's why I try not to do too much drinking talk, because some people just don't drink. Johnny Walker all day. Johnny Walker has all that peatiness, smoky. I can't handle it, man. Can't do it. Can't do it. All right, so let's grab this machine. Old Bradley. Here's Johnny. Okay, so here it is. This beast. And so Nate versus eBay has continued. It never stops, actually. Let's see if we can pull up the notes. I don't even know if I read the note, except that it was purchased on eBay. So, do we have any issues? Wait, something to do with hello from Twitch. Hello, Twitch. Joe versus the volcano. That'd be a fun one to watch, actually. Those trunks. I think me and my wife rewatched that like a couple of years ago. I actually saw a preview for American History X, and I was like, man, I haven't watched that in a long time. But that's a brain messed up movie. Says the bell command doesn't always work. Who says that? Which person? You have to make it, you have to spell it correctly. No space at the starting, and then you have to have all lowercase, because that's what I'm looking for. Dave versus eBay saga continues. It's an intense movie. The curb stomp scene, I'm telling you. Dave, it does work, right? It works. It's a mod bell test. Yeah, so anyway, exclamation point, bell, all lowercase. That will work. No space at the starting. No, I'm going to do an intro. We always read this stuff first. We'll do the intro. Don't worry. Nothing to worry about. Let's get some green juice in me, too. So green juice of the day. Whole Foods had these on sale. Superfruit greens. So orange, mango, pineapple, cucumber, celery, spinach, and romaine with a little bit of Taco Bell lettuce. That will clean you right out. If I'm getting a colonoscopy, just do that. All right. So the bell test only works with people who are moderated. So if you are a non-mod, you cannot run the bell command, but you can run a super chat. If you want to put a message on the screen, you just do a super chat, $1 or $2 or whatever it is, and then it will super chat to the screen just like a bell message. So I have it programmed just the same. Capiche? All right, let's read what this says here. Just mowed my front lawn. I love mowing the front lawn. Okay, so just bought it secondhand on eBay as a non-working laptop. Computer will power on, fans will ramp up for 2 seconds, then shut off, and it repeats that infinitely. Okay, I was previously able to access the BIOS, but I cannot access it anymore. There are no blink codes. What? What? I don't know. Something. Bradley, what did you do? It was not an as-is laptop, so did I get that wrong? Hold on. Oh, you bought it as a non-working laptop. So you did buy it as a non-working laptop, and it worked and you broke it? What? I don't know, I'm confused. It's infinite. Okay, so it sounds like a corrupted BIOS. I like the sound of that. It does sound like that. Smells like a fake charger. Does it taste like a fake charger? Here's our charger. It is, let me see. The old knock test. Yeah, it's true. The plastic looks good. The serial number looks good. The fonts look good. So it's real. All right, let's do an intro. Let's do the intro, man. Everything good, sound good, picture good, vibes good. We love it. Okay, let's do it. All right, there we go. All right, new day, another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an M17R5. Now, this was actually purchased as an as-is, non-working laptop on eBay. The customer says that it turns on for a couple seconds, turns back off with the fans running at full blast, but it did show a BIOS screen one time, never again. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Now, I could have actually made fun of you there, Brad, and said, hey, the customer broke it after it was already broken. They re-broke it. They broke it again. But I don't know. We don't know. It's the unknown. It's the unknown. Okay, so we're going to get our power meter pulled up. We have our spike charts. Let me see if I can get that to stop spiking on its own. Of course I can't. So let me reset this. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Okay, that fixes that. So, Lenovo, what is that? I don't know anything about it. Working on a Lenovo Legion laptop with ATM and just had a MOSFET pop. MOSFET pop? I thought I'd give it a laugh to say hello, and here's another good stream. Thank you for that. I appreciate that so much. Thanks for that $5 donation there, Chris. A MOSFET went boom, boom. The old boom, boom. Okay, no more Junkometer. Yeah, we're back over to my regular. I bought another one of these, the same 161Es. They're great. They're trusty. I have no problems. I'm not complaining about that. So, end the poll. Thank you. Poll is ended. All right. So first thing we want to do is see if it turns on. We're going to hit the power button. Nothing happens here. Let me go ahead and plug in our power meter and see how much current it actually pulls. So 0.02. That's the resting current. That's perfect. Now if I press the power button. Now, did you watch that spike just now? You see that spike? Boom. And it came back down? That's what I'm paying attention to. We did spike up to 1.83 amps, and then it went right back down and sat at 0.7, so 14 watts. And then we do have a blink code. We have a blink code, people. What can we do with the blink code? We count the blinks. That's what we do. You guys are in charge of it. Does it say 2.3? That's exactly what it looks like to me. It's a 2.3. Bradley, if this works, I'm going to laugh. The lights are on in the back right here. Now, whenever I see that type of current spike and it kind of starts up and then drops back down to that lower, like 14 to 17 watts, it usually is a RAM issue where the RAM is not detected. So that was my first thought immediately. So I wish they did have a 6.7 error code. That would be super cool. I should have write into Dell. Or we can modify the firmware. That's what we should do. Modify the firmware and make it where we have a whole set of new 6.7 blink codes. Because there's no RAM installed. Johnny says there's no RAM installed. That's why. Well, that will do it. There's your sign. Okay, with no RAM installed, we obviously are getting this issue. Yes. Firmware mod is coming. Yeah, we need to get Lead Farmer onto that. The firmware champion of the world. Okay, so the bottom is off. All right, let's take a quick look around. We have the main battery. This laptop is beautiful, beautiful, very clean. That is a OEM battery, I can tell. It's plugged in. We don't have RAM installed, like you said. Speakers are not installed. And Wi-Fi card is not, well, it's plugged in, but it's not plugged in. So let's grab a stick of DDR5, a stick of gold. I got a stick of gold for you. Here we go. Boom. Nailed it. All right, if this turns on, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You drink every time you say RAM. Well, I would be drunk by now. I would be drunk. All right, let's go ahead and plug it back in, turn it on. So now pay attention to the current. So now we're at 11 watts. And they just jumped up to 15 watts. But it's still blinking. Uh-oh, light's still blinking. So 2-1. 2-1. Nope, 2-4. Wait. I'm counting here, but then I can see here, so it's like distracting me. Is that 2-3 still? Okay, still 2-3. Interesting, interesting. Okay, let me unplug that. Battery's unplugged. I'm going to move to this side. I obviously have RAM in there. So RAM 2.3, I can never remember. 2.3 is the RAM failure and 2.4 is RAM missing, or is 2.3 RAM missing and 2.4 is RAM failure? I don't remember. Okay, I just went to the other slot. We're playing the memory game. So when you play the memory game, you take a slot, you stick it in another one, you stick it in that slot, and then move it to another slot. All right, what is this? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we have a 2-4. That's a break in my brain, you see? It's a break in my brain. Okay, so is this the machine that has the keyboard punch issue? Yes, it is. Has this keyboard been punched? Let's check. We might have a little bit of a keyboard punch here. So if they punch the keyboard right here, the RAM will no longer work because the RAM power supply gets shorted out. So we just got to pay attention. Does someone have a bad gaming session and punch the keyboard right there? I don't know. Or maybe it's on this side, actually. I cannot remember. I cannot lie. I do not remember which side it's supposed to be, but I don't know. Brad, maybe you punched the keyboard. All right, so on this machine, there's a power rail that powers the RAM that is very, very close to the heat sink. And it shorts out sometimes. But what I've also seen is that they make a cutout of the heatsink later on in later models. So we'll see. 1.8 missing. I don't know yet. We can't measure. All that stuff's right here. All those power rails are on this side of the board, so we'll have to pull the board out anyway. But I'm going to do that in test. Does the red go for the first? Red's first. Red means first, and then blue seconds. And the Hawaiian keyboard punch. Hawaiian punch. Does Brad need anger management? Need a small bubble level. I know, just to put it across a ruler or something. Practice, no need to punch. The keyboard matters. All right, so we're gonna just try to get this pulled out so we can actually take a look at it. This back cover is hard to get off sometimes, so I have to kind of pry at it. When you're begging AI to spell something correctly, oh, I know. It's funny because sometimes I'm such a bad speller, and then I try to write something and I butcher it so bad that they have no idea what it is, what I'm trying to even tell them. And so I have to describe the word, and they're like, oh, that's the word you're talking about. What's the word for the thing that does the thing? Homer Simpson and the laptop. Dough. All right, so this definitely has been taken apart due to Clea. Bradley, did you take this thing apart? Did you do it? I can't remember if you said you had to actually pull this thing apart. Spell checker sucks. Tell them to stay away from the keyboard punching the Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid wall punch. Oh, boom. Now, you'll be surprised how many I've seen punched and actually dented in completely. He says yes. Okay, so he took it apart. Good. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so Bradley had taken this thing out. And I'd say that you did pretty good putting it back together. How's that? You going to take the compliment? Looks pretty good. You mean the question? That's the word? All right. AI has a bias. AI, oh, it's funny. I was using AI, taken apart many times. Ooh. You've done it so many times there, Bradley. I wonder if we need to, whenever we have a person in the chat, we can mod them temporarily so then they can chat with us. What do you think about that? Do you think I should do that? And then Bradley can answer on himself. Or is that too smart? Is that too smart? Do we think it's the BIOS? AI is a biased BIOS. Gosh, VIP status. Oh, VIP status will work. You are VIP. Let me pull it up. We're going to go VIP on you. On your... Okay, let's see. Actions, commands. Commands, there we are. Bell message. And... let's see, how do we make him... We'll put him as a VIP, or put it as a VIP message. And then we need to go to the screen that does the thing. The screen that does the thing. Let's see if I can find it. Reform Johnny, there you are. And I don't see VIP in here. I don't know how to do that. I'm just gonna make you a mod and then we can change it later. Cool. Okay, Johnny, you have bell access now. So exclamation point bell if you want to chat. I know you're gonna be in and out, so don't worry. Don't feel pressured to hang out. You know, if you need to go do your thing, go do your thing. That's fine. We're gonna be here. You are gonna be here, man. We're gonna be here. Okay, I need a screw. There it is. Turn him blue. I wish I could. I don't know how to make it where it stands out. I wish I could. I wish I could just choose someone to be a different color. I haven't figured out how to do it. I'm sure there is a way of doing it. Because I wish I just had all my mods in a different color. You get it. You get that? Okay, so we have the board out. And the motherboard is out. Okay, do we have any liquid damage or anything like that? Super clean machine, so no big deal there. So, good job there, Johnny. So, one question for you real quick. So when you got this machine, it didn't work, and then you did something and then you got it to work, or it just worked and then you got it to not work? See? Different ways of looking at it. So did you fiddle with something and then got it to work? That's what it sounds like you said you did. I hate how these boards look like this. Look at this. It's like cupped. It's like, I've talked about this before. It's like super cupped. So when we have this type of issue, I'm like, oh, we have stealth mods out there. Okay, so let's just look around real quick. This is our 1.8, 3.3, and 5 volts. So, all right, it says it shows up into the BIOS. It would randomly reboot sometimes. Hate. Okay, well that's the notorious M17R5 crap. I don't know. I don't know. M17R5s that do that is just eek. But I might be able to get it to turn on. We'll see. All right, let's take a look here at our 3.3, 5 volts, all that type of stuff. And then we may end up flashing the BIOS anyway. So 1.8, 3.3, 5 volts. We just want to make sure we have all those voltages. I can tell that you've repasted it or something underneath there. You can see all the bubble gum you put under there. Fancy cooling devices. Nice. Bubble gum, there it is. And then what I was talking about for the heatsink shorting out is this. They actually put a cutout on this one So if it was the version that had the actual issue, the cutout wouldn't be here, and this would short out against that diode right there. So posted and repasted and put the putty. Did the putty. All right, so we should actually get RAM here. Yeah, that's our RAM power supply. So we should get RAM voltage here, and then we should have all those. So let's plug those in. Let me dig in my bag of jacks. Get us a jack that matches. Howdy everyone. Hello STL, welcome back. Sugar-free bubblegum, anyone? 1.8 from a motherboard? Yeah, 1.8. So we're always looking for those three things. That's what we're looking for. 3.3, 5 volts, and 1.8. If we get all three of those, and then the board still doesn't kind of start, then we go with a BIOS probably. And I cannot find the right jack because it's probably somewhere else. So sometimes I have it in another machine I'm still working on. All right, so that's what we're going to have to go with. So I'm going to steal the jack. You don't mind me if I borrow your jack here? I'm going to jack your jack, bro. I'm jacking your jack. My bag o' jacks. Dynamite. All right, so I'm just going to take this jack off of here temporarily. Not a big deal. Nothing to see here. It's worth it. It's worth it. You need a boot SSD called Rose. Ooh, along with jack. Yeah, I just did. Well, Rose was the daughter of Sophia, right? Or was she Betty White? Because I just did a Betty White. So I have a Betty White, I have a Blanche. Because Betty White, I was just going to say, Betty White's Betty White. I'm not going to give her, because she was more than Golden Girl. She had a career. She had everything. So she gets her own name. She doesn't need to have her character name. All right, so I got my jack out. But regulated as the RAM. Oh no, so the RAM, that's a lower voltage for the RAM. So this RAM should be run at 5 volts. They have this voltage regulator on here. So I think it takes us to big 5, but sometimes Betty is Rose. Okay, so there you go. So that's why I'm not going to do one. Betty White gets her own. She gets her own name, model pictures and everything. Okay, but anyway, so what I was saying is, so we do have a voltage here for the RAM 2. It's like I think it may be a 0.9 or something like that. I think that's what it is. Nathan, love the channel. Thank you so much. Well, appreciate it. $50. Where'd that come from? How did I miss that? Oh, that's what you just wrote. Wow. Please ask Michelle about the emails from Buddy's Computers. Huh. Okay, we love the channel. All right. Well, I will check on that. Thank you so much for it. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, it just came up. That's why it was like delayed. All right, let me plug this in, power it on. Is that the same message? That's twice. Mr. Stump, Mick Stump. Thank you so much. So I will have to kind of figure out about the emails from Buddy's Computers. I have a bunch of customer service people here, so I will ask about that. 1.1 for the DDR5. There you go, 1.1. That's what it is. So I'm going to plug this in. We're going to power it on. There should be a power button somewhere on the board because they're very nice to me. Where is that? Another crazy email for tomorrow. That's right. I know when these emails come in, I'm like, I don't know. I get so many freaking emails already. Hit the power button. Okay, so I want to measure right here and see what we got going on. So this is the area I wanted to measure at anyway. So what do we have here? 2.7 volts. Negative. Hold on. Something's whack, bro. Something's whack. Okay, that was weird. Why was it measuring negative? Okay, we have 5 volts over here. So this is the 5 volt going to the DDR5 RAM. And we probably have our big 5 and our big 3 and all that stuff still. Or anyway. So 5's there. 3.3 is there. 1.8's there. I mean, they're all there. Everything's there. So 50 is about $35. I mean, it's still a lot. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Whack detector. So we have a situation where we have the machine powering on, sitting there, getting to a point where the RAM doesn't work. I am suspecting something not so good, but I don't know at this particular moment. So I'm going to try it in a second. So we're going to switch back to this and see if we get the power on a little bit more. So we went back to the other slot. So one was giving us a 2.3 and one was giving us a 2.4. Don't smoke another meter. I know, that was weird. It was measuring backwards. So I have this now is isolated. Well, it was isolated before. It was actually the USB, it was plugged into a USB hub, which therefore would have been grounded or hooked to the computer's ground. So therefore I see there was a ground connection. So now it's plugged into a separate cell phone brick. So that should be completely isolated. All right, so EC, could be EC. You know, EC is programmable, and I've never had to program it on this one, I don't think, or maybe once, so it hasn't been that big of a deal, but all right, the fact that we have one RAM slot that's giving us a 2.3 and the other one giving us a 2.4, it's making me think that we have a CPU issue, especially since you were saying it would shut off, and like it could be a cracked solder joint or something like that, especially since we have like a cupped board a little bit. You know what I mean? This is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't really know, but wait, we're at the 44 watts now. That's higher than before, right? Hold on. Give me a second. Let me watch this again. Is it only on the reboot when it jumps up to the 44 watts? Passed a couple tests a few times and I could get into diagnostics. You could even get into diagnostics. Okay. So I went to 44 and then went back down. Okay, let's flash the BIOS because this does look very BIOS-y. So I'm going to do that first just to get that out of the way. Where's our slot at? I mean, where's our chip at? Right here? Where you at? Where you at, boy? Where you at, boy? Can't find my chip. Memory's training. No, that type of loop is too loopy. Although this thing does take a long time for a CMOS reset, but it's not, that thing's not staying at the right. It's not, I know the routine on these. It's not like that. But where's the BIOS? Chips under the heatsink, I bet. Man. Let me grab a board. I just want to look at the board real quick. Probably under the heatsink, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's grab a board. You get a board. You get a board. Yeah, it's way up here. It's way up here. So we're going to take this off, if you don't mind. Does flexing the board cause it? I mean, we could, that's what I kind of want to do. I kind of want to flex the board. I do want to do that. I do. All right, let me flex the board a little bit. So here's the thing. On this machine, there's so many problems. Okay, problems with the M17R5. But one of the main ones is there's chassis issues where we have grounding issues or it shorts out on something on the chassis. We've also had it where the board, the heatsink shorts out on the thing here, and then we had a heatsink short out over here. So we've had a few different things going on, but sometimes it's just like a structural thing. So I'm going to remove the heatsink in a second. Let me do this, and then I'm just going to kind of press down on the CPU. See what it does. Just look at the current. So that's mainly what we're paying attention to. If we can get it up to like 60 watts or something like that. Should jump up higher than that. Yeah, see, this is like it doesn't find the RAM right there. 44, 54, but that's what it was doing before. Yeah, it was spiking up to that and setting at 44. So cook it. Yeah, I mean, I could just put it on the BGA machine, just cook it, reflow it, which a lot of times doesn't work, but the old flex test. All right, I still think it may be some sort of firmware, but yeah, let me pull this off and take a look. Try a new memory module. Well, I'm trying my memory. I could try another one, I guess. A different one. Different, but better. If the solder ain't done right, which companies tend to use low temp solder, which causes more no more lead issues. It's not tough enough to break, and the magic sound appears. Crackle. It sounded like my microphone earlier, right? We'll do some crackling. Yeah, they use the unleaded solder. Non-leaded, unleaded. It's like the gasoline. It's unleaded, like gasoline. All right, see if we can get this off. You got all your pretty goopy stuff on there. It's like bubble gum. It's like bubble gum for the masses. All right, let's see what the CPU looks like. Let's turn it on. What's the CPU going to look like? So here's our CPU right here. I just want to see if it likes it. CPU looking good. VRMs are all on. Looking good. GPU is not turning on at all. And we're at 78, and that's when I turn it off. So it was still getting hotter. The audio is much clearer now. It's after, did you turn it off and on? That's what we ended up doing. So here's our BIOS chip. Let's go ahead and just rip the BIOS, and let me rewrite this and just get that over with. Check that box. Check that box. Don't use any memory unless it's totally dirty and corrupted. Don't use your memory. My memory is good. I use this memory all day, every day. Easy to place on a guitar. Boring enough. All right, so let's see what we got here. All right, so remember this chip number for me. This is a 25Q256JV. Really what I pay attention to is just the Q and the JV. That's what we're gonna pay attention to. And I'm gonna get this on here like so. Don't smoke another meter. Okay. Doc's memory or be corrupted. Don't use Doc's memory. Is Doc your memory is that bad? Are you still in the hospital, Doc? What's going on there? All right, let's see if we can get this pulled up. All right, so this is a 25QJW. Did I say V earlier? It was a W. Like JW. All right, let's go ahead and read that. I said JV, it's funny, but it was a JW. You know why? It's 1.8 volts. It's a 1.8. I work on so many that have JV. Okay, so this does have data in it. You see it? So it's not blank. At least it does have something in it. You're in again. Doc, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. You love the arrays of bytes? Yep, I'll make a shirt out of that. It's going to have just the starting of a BIOS right here. I'll have that across the whole shirt. All right, let me save this off as a backup. And we don't really, like these, the way these BIOSes are set up, you don't have to have a clean ME or anything like that. This is just a direct AMD BIOS. So pretty easy to do. 27434. 17R5. And so I'm just saving your BIOS in case we have to go back to it, in case it doesn't do anything. Oops. God, my DDR5 SODIMM died after plugging in into a shorted DDR5 slot. Money again. Is that? Thanks for that, Az. Thanks for that donation there, buddy. Are you the one that I just worked on their board and it had a shorted 32 gigs of DDR5? That was crazy. I don't know if that's who you are, but yeah, there was somebody who had a 32 gig slot and then ended up burning out this, or 32 gig module that either burned out the slot or burned out the board, or the actual stick itself. So, so the board's bad and that memory module is bad. So very expensive damage. Oh, 128 going to 2,000. All right, so I'm just going to find a copy of the BIOS that I've already extracted. I know. Sometimes I don't show all the steps because I do it so many times. So we're going to take this one here. This one's already an extracted version of it. And so the BIOS region's right here. And we will put it as the flash, and we will, oh, look how much more data there is in there. It's pretty. Actually, let's go to the top and see. Ah, it's still blank up here. Okay. Nothing to see here. 32 gigabytes. Ouch. Yep. Definitely a expensive loss for sure. Let's make sure that we are detected. Good. And let's go ahead and program. Let me up the voltage a little bit. All right. Anybody ever seen system file checker take an hour? Well, it depends. If your drive's failing, yeah, it could take 10 days. Definitely seen that. I have a, let's see, what are you saying? I have this mini PC hooked up to my TV for a media player. That's pretty slick. There's a ghost behind you, Jack. Don't you make me do that. It's got, right now I can't even see my camera feed, so I can't even look in the camera behind me. Getting a purple heart. Things were cropped up in the future. Yep. Well, thank you for your service, sir. This is amazing. Darren, do you really think this is amazing right now? Hopefully, if it works. So right now we're programming the BIOS because the BIOS may be corrupted. We don't know. Whenever you get stuck in these little boot loops, the fact that it did turn on at some point doesn't give me a lot of faith. I'm going to try this again. We may have to pull the BIOS chip off to program it. These 1.8s are a little bit iffy. So it didn't like it. I'm going to try again one more time. And then otherwise I'm going to pull it off. Go into safe mode, run SFC or DISM. I just boot into recovery and then open a command prompt to do that. I saved another laptop. What's the upper voltages do? These are, it's more current actually, so it's allowing to, if it has any current sag or something like that, it allows it to stay connected better, I guess. I don't know. I just discovered it. I didn't even know that menu was there the whole time, and then I started, someone else was like, oh, it's there, and I was like, oh, yeah, let's try that out, and it works pretty well. I think the board is DOA. That's your diagnosis. Don't call me sir. I was not an officer. All right, bro. All right, okay, this is writing now. Good, good. I have both these things, DISM and the health restore. I hate those commands, man. But if it's taking forever, it's probably the drive's failing, I bet. Wish I had a way to test all the DDR5 memory, but it's still working in my rigs. Well, if they're working, they're working. My hand is cramping up, guys. Memory. It's like the corners of my bank account. I had an old computer that started doing that. Old style caps were leaking with age. Oh, that's no good, no good. Oh, my hand is hurting. Hurry up, go. Oh my gosh. Okay, come on, my hand is hurting. Oh, and it failed anyway. Okay, I'm taking it off. So that was 2 fails back to back, and trying to read using these Pogo pen readers aren't an exact science, but a lot of times it's these 1.8s just don't work. You can't. They're 1.8 volts. They don't work to do that, so we're just going to take this thing off of here. I need some green juice. And my water, I forgot to fill up my water, so I have no water. But I'm going to have some green juice. And I got my coffee. Yeah, my hand was cramping. I did drink a whole jug of water today, but as a warrant officer, I was missed. Too early to call spam call back. Blue, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, let's get this BIOS chip taken off the board. Water? You mean from the toilet? You have whiskey. I know, that's true. I could go straight to the whiskey. And then I'd be even more wacky. Thank you for that whiskey, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a hydration reminder for everyone. Here we go. Here's Johnny. Come on. This thing gonna go? Up my heat a little bit. Okay, so when we get this off of here, we should be able to just put it in the programmer. It will actually program a lot faster. Now, is this the issue? I don't know at this point, but we're trying to rule out things. Now, we could actually program the EC chip, which the board's turning on, so I have a hard time believing it is the EC chip, but we do have the BIOS off of here, and we can get it actually in a programmer that will hold it in place. And then I don't have to hold it and worry about my hand cramping or anything like that. So here's our little device here. We'll flip this thing open, drop her in like that. Boom. Close her up. Just a swish and a spit. Oh, let's. Should I swish and spit some bourbon? I don't know if I want to spit it. I want to swallow it. Every morsel. It is kind of a high proof, so I would have to add a little bit of water to it. Let's see. Okay, so we have this selected. Good. We'll load it back in the buffer. Oh, you can't see that. We'll load it back in the buffer here. Good. So we have stuff to put in there, right? Yep, all that good stuff. Now we're gonna hit program. Go. Okay, so we'll let that run. Okay, preferred when the BIOS was through a whole package, said AMI. The AMI BIOS. Big fan of the videos, thank you. They're Dragon Gamer. Dragon Gamer is in the house. Alcohol is hydration. Doesn't it suck the hydration out of your veins? All right, I got my coffee. Let's do that. I close my eyes when Nathan is flashing. Blip, 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 blip. Hopefully I'm not flashing. Okay, is that the T48? It's a T48, yes. I probably should buy like a 56 or 76 just to try it out. I mean, this one it reads every single chip. I mean, I feel like the 56 maybe just does more chips, but maybe it has better technology in it. I don't know. I probably should give this to somebody else in the office, and then I can just upgrade myself to a 56 or a 76, whatever it takes. She's a pilot now. Dangerous. That's a good idea. Did you ever try to increase the current? Yeah, we increased it to max. So at first it wouldn't read it at all. It gave it error. Whenever I put it to max, it actually would go all the way to writing. And then when it went to verify, it errored out. It didn't like it. So watch Tropic Thunder. I only watched that one time. That's it. You know, Robert Downey Jr., right? That's a good one. Where is it streaming somewhere? I mean, pretty funny though. Tropic Thunder. I have a T76 on its way. Looking forward to getting it tomorrow, according to FedEx. Nice. By the way, I'm not on a laptop today. My friend brought his Area 51 desktop. What? A whole Area 51 desktop to the hospital? Crazy. Jarvis will prepare a new replacement flash BIOS for you. No trusty chip. No, no, no. Is the BIOS damaged? I don't know. It's a lot of times it does this when it's installed on board, so I'm not saying that. If we do have a read error or a verify error, then yes. But it's verifying just fine. So it's a current issue or something like that. V8 and vodka. Interesting. Isn't that a Bloody Mary? Sounds fancy. I like V8 and beer. A bloody beer. Michelada. I'm a big fan of micheladas. All right, let's get this installed back on here. Netflix and Hulu has Tropic Thunder. Go, Tropic Thunder. Tropic Thunder. Okay, well, we might be Tropic Thundering. It's a pretty ridiculous movie, right? From what I remember. because they're like joking about it. Joking. What do you mean, you people? Is that a line from the movie? What about the memory tester used to write the SPD profile back to the memory stick? I'm not familiar there, Johnny. I'm not familiar. Is there something like that? Or are we talking about... Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. You're gonna have to show me. Johnny B. Has your repair business exploded since the shortage? RAM shortage. I mean, the repair business has, whoa, this chip exploded. No, my repair has exploded since the YouTube videos, so I've gotten a lot of repair videos, or a lot of repairs in. RAM shortage is not a explosive type of thing. My business is mainly sells parts in general, and I have a bunch of people buying out all of our RAM and all of our hard drives, so it's pretty annoying that we're having a hard time keeping that type of stuff in stock. So I'm trying to adjust this here. What are we doing? Trying to move this here. There we go. So as for it's not good for me, I can tell you that. It's very bad. What are you gonna do with the digital doctor repairs? Wait, what is that? Are you a fan of digital doctor repairs? That's a channel, right? I feel like I've heard of them. I feel like I have. I'm not something I actively know much about, so don't have the answer. How do you source all your parts? So I specialize in Dell exclusively, so I'm buying out all of Dell's inventory. So I get big Dell loads of stuff from Dell, semis full of stuff from Dell, and I get it from Dell. And then sometimes I buy it by the piece or whatever, something like that. But a lot of times I'm just buying these big truckloads of stuff. So I'll get like a whole semi full. And then people just go through, all of my employees, they go through and test everything and repackage things or whatever. Some of the stuff comes in like open package from Dell. Some of it's all brand new. Some of it's new old stock. Some of it's parted out machines. I mean, it's just a mix. And I've been doing the same thing for 24 years. And repair is a side gig. It's just a small portion of the business. Okay. Okay, what's the nozzle temp? I had to actually up it. So I have it set to 450, but it doesn't mean anything because these temperatures are all kind of whatever. So 450 is 60% air, so kind of my go-to, but I had to up it because I was having a hard time getting this board thick enough, this thick board, to be able to take the heat. They can't get out the kitchen. Anyone, Adamant IT? I watch Adamant IT, although he hasn't been posting as much lately, and a lot of stuff he's been doing lately has like been desktop, right? He used to do no post Sundays and used to do things like that. I do like his logic and the way he explains stuff. He's very clear, which is very nice. So that is always good. I miss a resub. I can't find it in the list here. There we go. DJ, thanks for the Prime Twitch sub. Appreciate you. Who you calling, boy? That's what I'm talking about, boy. Okay, so we got this. Gosh, the camera's laggy again. Look at that. Maybe it's not too laggy. I don't know. It looks laggy to me. All right, let's see what it does now. Should I put the heatsink on? Here, I'm just going to turn it on under the thermal camera. So there's the CPU right there. And let's pull up the current meter. And I'm going to reset it. So 3.32 was what it got up to max before. So let's turn it on and see what it does. So let's see if it does anything different. We're already up to 80, 86. That got a lot higher pretty quick, but we don't have a heatsink on. So let's put the heatsink on there and see if that's going to work. Man, all this bubblegum stuff, I've never used this stuff before. I don't know anything about it. It's weird. So do you just rub it? Is it reusable? Can I just stick this back on? I'm not familiar with it. Packet just gave it Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. Doesn't cost you anything, and it helps me out a lot. Appreciate it. Pascal for the win. Okay, so I'm just going to bolt this back on so I know that It's going to work for right now, regardless, but I don't know how long it works. The pink stuff. It's bubble gum. It's built for comfort or built for speed? Which one is it? Slap it back on. Nobody. The spike ramped up kind of nuts. How's that curve? And so it's because of the heat, so it translates into power. So when the CPU kept getting hotter and hotter, then it will do this little curve up. So if we had the heatsink on there, it should go flat. But it did go hotter than before, because it took a little while before to actually get up to that 80 C, but maybe the board's already hot. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, it's kind of like silly putty. Should be able to reuse it. Okay, you guys are in charge. You guys are the brain trust. Isn't it thermal putty? It is thermal putty. I've just never used thermal putty before. It's only meant to have small gaps, small somethings. Bubblicious, that's kind of what it is. ABC Thermal Paste by Blammo. Don't whiz on the electric fence. No, sir, don't like it at all. Okay, so we got that on there. Is that freeze it, then pull it up like silly putty? Ah, and then we can put it on a newspaper and transfer the ink over, right? All right, I'm just going to plug this back in right here on the bench. Now that we have it, the heatsink on there, it's log. It's better than bad. It's good. All right, we're powering this on. Fans are blowing. They should be blowing on full blast. And they turned off. Okay, I'm just looking at the current again. So I feel like we sat there before at this, and then it should jump to what, 50 watts or something, jump then to 44 and then shut off, right? Is that what we're doing? 60, 44, and then rebooted. Yep. Okay, now I'm going to move the memory stick over. You notice I'm not doing this with the screen because I don't care. We can try a different stick of RAM too. What speed is this? I don't know, 48, whatever it takes. 48, man. What do you want? You want something faster? You want something slower? What do you want? A whiz breaks up mid-air. Insulation from electric fence. The whiz. Don't whiz on electric fence. You idiot, Stimpy. All right, so here's some 5600. Thanks for that, nobody. Here's some 56. You want to go faster? We're going faster. Built for speed, baby. Built for speed. You're going to motorboat it. Measure for shorts. There's not a short in sight. Or, I mean, not yet. We didn't find a short, actually. But we didn't look for one because all the power rails are there. But we will have to go around a little bit. Maybe we can look with a thermal camera if it is, since it is powering on like this. 25. I still think it's the CPU is messed up here. MK, thanks for the Prime Twitch sub for 4 months. 4 months, man. You ate the kitty litter. Oh, gross. I remember that. He's like, gross. Doing the same thing. Doing the same thing. I don't know. Should we just reflow the CPU for science? I just moved the stick over one more time just to see. You bloated sack of photos plasma. Ren's the best. He has all the sayings. Yes, Mr. Stinky. Okay, does anyone in chat not know who Ren and Stimpy is or are? Just say, I don't know who you are. Pinky in the brain, pinky in the brain. We could try the EC chip, sure. Let's do it. Let's figure out how it works. I don't know how to program this thing. We're going to figure it out together. So here's our EC chip. It's a 9. What is it? It's a 9 something. 9542QF. QF. So to program this, I don't think there's any program headers. Maybe there is. Oh, there's a JDebug right there. So let's figure it out. Hospital's nice. I have 2 of my douche hounds sleeping in my bed. Wow, at the hospital? Gosh, you got You're all set up. You got an Area 51 desktop and 2 dogs. Living the dream. Should we look for any ripped off components or something? I don't know. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy. I'll remember that. Prime message is misleading. Twitch only allows Prime 1 month. Wait, 1 month at a time. And when you resub for the second month, the message says I did a Prime month for 2 months, but it was the second month I used my Prime. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, because I did notice that like sometimes in the chat it will say one number, and then sometimes in this other chat it will say another number. So I didn't know exactly how that worked. Well, thank you regardless. That's what I like to say. So yeah, let's look around. I feel like we already looked at the board, but let's look around. I don't know. All right, so because we need to program this, maybe, but I need to figure out what the pinout is. And we just want to see around the edges. Sometimes you'll see like ripped off components on the edge of the board. And so this is our STM32 that handles the Tron lights. That's the little BIOS for that. This is just a little sticky. We did have our 5 volts here for the RAM. The RAM is the one that's tricking us because it keeps saying the RAM's not there or it's not working, right? But it's like ramping up to shut off. So like if the RAM is not having communication with the CPU, that's when you'll run into these types of issues. I'm going to take this little cover off the back, if you don't mind. Okay, so we'll just look around here. And we can look in the RAM slots too. I didn't see any RAM slot issue. I didn't see, I mean, I'm not, this board's beautiful. Do you think it's the Wi-Fi card? Scratch on the power button. Do you think it's this Wi-Fi card the whole time? Let's take this thing out of here. You're out of here. Wi-Fi card. Look for a ripped component. Hold on, I'm going to reset my... I hate whenever that microscope camera gets slow. It makes me irritated. I feel like that's a little bit better. I'm going to take these daughter boards off. Have you tried it without the daughter boards attached? I've just tried a different SODIMM just now. I'm going to take the daughter boards off. Taking the daughter boards off, and then we're going to try programming the EC chip, and then we can, I don't, you know, like reflowing is like the worst thing to do because you could make it really bad. Did we get a win yet? Nope, not a win yet. We started with the hardest one. I didn't really think about this. I was like, should be easy. Should be good. Just powers on, does a boot loop. Seems like a BIOS. No. Does the RAM lock in? It does. Locked and loaded. Locked and loaded. So here's the RAM. Looking good, Billy Ray. See? Feels good. This is the 5600 stick. I tried a 4800 stick. Tried it in each slot, one at a time. We are getting voltage to the actual slot itself. It's never the BIOS. Oh no. Lead Farmer says it's never the BIOS now. And he's the BIOS champion of the world. You are the BIOS champion. If I had the BIOS, I would write a BIOS for everyone to see. Okay, let's try this again. 24 watts, 25 watts. 1947 just uses a Prime Twitch sub for, it says 4 months. Does that mean 6 months? See, look, on my chat it says 4 months. On the other chat it says 6 months. I don't know. I don't know who to believe. I don't know what to believe. My older brother was on Captain Kangaroo. Really? All right, it's still doing a boot loop. Okay, Lead Farmer, what do you think we're going to do? We're going to make a flash that you cannot refuse. I'm thinking, let me put it back. I want to see if we're still getting that memory error. I feel like we are, but let me make sure. I want to make sure that one slot was giving us a 2.4 and one slot was giving us a 2.3. Can we just confirm that real quick? I do declare, I do decree, I want to see that. 4-month streak, 6 months total. Oh, streak. Oh, right. Okay, so now I'm picking up what you're setting down. Okay, so you have in total subscribed to me 6 times, but you did not do it consecutively. What's up with that? Now I get it. I get it. Okay, so I need to pay attention to that. So thank you for doing that 6 times. 4 times in a row. Make me an offer I can't refuse. Led, I think I have a system I want to send to you to mess with. Does that sound good? Where are you located, Led Farmer? For some reason, I have no idea where you are. But I was thinking about sending you something. Connect the Wi-Fi card. I just disconnected it. Snip, snap, snip, snap. You're in Tampa, Florida. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Would you like me to send you something to mess with? Or should I send it to Black Horse and then y'all can do it on a stream or something? You're 33618. I don't mind. It's a machine that I couldn't figure out. That it was, I think it was the one. It was one of the ones from a streamer ago, and it looked like a BIOS, but it ended up not being a BIOS. But then, and I made a bunch of different BIOS stuff, and then I was like, I give up. And then the guy was like, I don't care, just scrap the machine. Who cares? Black Horse is the best bet. Okay, I just want to see this light in action. I want to make sure everything's screwed in good. Black Horse is the best bet. He's also the best. He's the best. Raph is awesome. So if you guys don't know who Raph is, he's the creator of the old Omega 559 Flux. And so he does streams, live streams sometimes with Led Farmer, co-hosting. I want to do a, and I talked to Raph about this a couple weeks ago, but I want to do a Sunday live stream, and then I want to do a raid over to a Black Horse live stream. That's kind of what I was thinking. So while I have the 1,000 people or whatever that are on the stream, I can just dump them onto a live stream that y'all are doing. But you would have to kind of get that all set up, ready to go. I don't know. So we're not getting a blink code yet. Interesting. You grew up in 33718. Raph loves AI. He does discussions about AI, whether he likes it or not. He is a developer, and he writes code the old school way, but he finds it useful. This is my take on what he's saying, is that AI is useful sometimes. I was using AI, like I forced myself to use AI every single day for a month, and then I've kind of been able to go, okay, well, what is it useful for and what's not? And I was fighting with it 2 days ago about something. This thing's just looping, but we're not getting an error code now. Working for a nonprofit refurbishing hundreds of Dell and other professional computers. We've started recommending Dell parts people to our team for OEM parts in our service department. Small half. Thank you so much for that. That's awesome to hear. I mean, it's I have it set up where the website's very easy to just run the service tag, and it automatically cross-references and matches to all the parts. The nonprofit I'm working for is refurbishing since 1998 before refurbishing. We have a picture I can't believe! I saved another laptop! What the what? 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 Oh my gosh, I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Now we're going to make it not work. But let me finish reading what he was saying. Oh gosh. So, You know, maybe it was the BIOS. Hold on. Let's crunch some numbers real quick. Or it's the Wi-Fi card. Let's crunch some numbers real quick. I'm going to finish your message in a second. Sorry. Okay, so one thing we did after we flashed the BIOS is we never plugged it into a computer, but we were just kind of looking at that boot cycle and just kind of paying attention to that. And it was doing a weird loop anyway. We should have a 3.1 now. We do. We have a 3.1, which is perfect. That's the CMOS reset. It's this error right here. We took off the daughter boards. I put one back on because I have to have a power button on it. So I took one daughter board off, took the Wi-Fi card out, and we flashed the BIOS. So we have too many variables, and we have a different speed of memory. All right, so we have 4 variables that we changed, and we took the heatsink off and put it back on. 5 variables. Which one is it? All right, I'm going to turn this off. Well, hold on. Before I turn it off, because it may never turn back on again. Let me go back to our message here. I need to finish that. I'm sorry. I was too excited. I got too excited. Okay, so AZ, sorry about that. Nonprofit working for a refurbishing computer since 1998, refurbishing cool Pentium 2. Oh, awesome. Are you interested to order parts from Canada? So are you interested if you order parts from Canada? Yeah, I mean, we ship tons of stuff to Canada, so you're welcome to order parts. You're asking if I want to order parts, or if you're asking if... yeah, I'm confused here. I'm on that one. I also removed the Wi-Fi card. So I removed the Wi-Fi card. I did the BIOS. I pulled off the heatsink, put it back on. I took off the daughter board, and I partnership. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we could talk about that. If it's older stuff, then I don't like. It's hard. I already can't sell the older stuff that I have in general. I keep most of that stuff on the shelf because it costs too much to take it off the shelf in general, and we still sell some of that stuff. And the BIOS was the last thing we reprogrammed. And I turned it off and on again. That's right. That's the very last one. Turn it off and on again. Okay, so what I want to do first, I'm not going to move the laptop because I may have it in the exact spot that it needs to be in. So we're just going to go, it's already locked up. Oh, I don't have a keyboard hooked up. Okay, so we're not going to turn it off. I'm just going to plug a keyboard into it. Okay? Nothing to see here. I don't have the keyboard plugged in, the touchpad plugged in. I don't have any of that stuff plugged in. Gentle, Nate. Code flashing again. The 3.1, it's because I haven't turned it off, the 3.1. We want that 3.1 flashing. I don't really care about it. It just means something happened good. I'm the goat, but the goat did nothing. So, okay, here we go, keyboard. Get in your home. You gonna work? Yay! All right, I do the Kalea. We're going into the BIOS. You've gotten into the BIOS before. Let's do it. The question is, does it want to come back out of this? Because sometimes I've seen this where you press this and it doesn't come back out of it. All right, so we did that. Cool. IT crowd fixed. Did you turn it off and on again? Okay. Well, this is good. Nice. I like what you've done here. Okay, so let's do... We're going to load optimal defaults real quick just to get that out of the way. Save and exit. I don't think a memory training thing because it was doing this loop and it was giving us an error code on both sticks of RAM on both slots. And then I'm going to boot into diagnostics real quick. But I'm just saying, so when we changed memory, we changed it after we had it out of the machine. I was just looking at it plugged in. And then hold on. And then we changed the BIOS and tried it after it was not in the machine either. So diagnostics, boot, default device missing or boot, insert recovery, select boot. What? There's no diagnostics on this. All right, let's flash the BIOS. Let's run a BIOS flash on it instead. This is weird. We're gonna run a BIOS flash on it. Nate, the word Scotty always makes me think of you as a miracle worker. I'm Scotty. Damn it, Jim. I'm a doctor, not a pool man. All right, so let's plug this in here. Actually, we need to load a BIOS on it real quick. So let me get a BIOS. I don't know. There's something weird going on with this. It's to boot off of Diags. Diags is built into this machine itself. It's weird because No, it is booting in the diags if I don't go to this. Like, that's a diag screen of some sort, but it's not like the full diags. I could try powering it on, hitting FN, but I had to hook up the keyboard. See, look, that says diags, right? Concur. I have it highlighted. I'm going to hit enter. Like, there's no other way. Enter. Boot is missing. What are you talking about? Yeah, so we're going to update the BIOS. Let's do that. I go to Dell.com. We're going to get the most recent, the newest and greatest BIOS that's ever existed. Should we ask AI or should we just go to it? M17R5. I don't know why they have AI on every freaking website we've ever been to. Oh, I'm so tired of it. I'm getting so tired of all this AI. Okay, let's download the EXE version 128, which 128 is what we just flashed on it actually. But this will write to the EC chip too while we're at it. And actually, I'm just going to put this onto our tools. Wow. That flash drive's slow. It's a USB 2.0 flash drive. It's the way I operate, man. Nothing but the best. You don't want no fancy 3.0s in this house. Who needs that? AI is a pain. AI is another idiot. You didn't save the laptop yet. Nope. I didn't save this laptop yet. I feel like it's not the GPU. I feel like there's something else going on. Okay, so we have this plugged in, and look, it has a beautiful light. It's so beautiful. Okay, so we can pay attention to that light, the blink blink, and I'm going to reset this. Use Firefox. It blocks AI if you want. You can just check a box. I like that. Okay, so I'm going to choose Flash BIOS. Nice. Choose the file. Nice. M something. Let's see. M something. M15R7, M17R5. Select. And I don't have the battery plugged in. Oh, so we flashed it with 2.6. Interesting. I don't know if you guys can see that, but give me a second. I have to plug in the battery. I don't want to. I'm going to have to. Is there a place to put code in here? It says power status inadequate. Careful, Nathan. Careful. Now the thing's not going to turn on after this. If I move this. My whole idea is like I don't want to move the board very much because it may have a short on the board from based on what screws are in here or not. Come on, dude. Okay. Brutal. All right, I'm going to turn it off. I can't reach it. Cancel. Okay, cancel that. Power it off. Okay, so it's powered off. Before, I'm just going to see if it turns back on the battery. I mean, on with the power button after I've shut it off. The thing is, it's like we want to know that it actually is repeatable for all this stuff, because if I move it and then I put it back together and it doesn't turn on, then we want to know if something changed. Okay, good. So I'm going to be very gentle with this. Now, one thing I noticed is that I have the battery cables underneath the board a little bit. And so if that was propping that corner up a little bit, I don't know. I've seen it where like I had to put like a spacer on here, or I have to do something weird to make it where it doesn't short out on the chassis. Insert keyboard? Oh, should I insert the keyboard? That might be too smart. Well, what I'm trying not to do is like mess with anything. I don't want to change anything, too many things, right? So we have it working. All I'm trying to do is add the battery so we can flash it. Because if we plug in that keyboard and it stops working, then we might be up the creek. That smell, this smelly creek. Okay, here we go. Cause and effect. Here we go. Okay, open the lid. 100 watts. I like that. Good. All right, so we should have adequate power now, not inadequate. Oh, insert keyboard. Okay, flash, good. Power status okay. Nice. Upgrade. Yes. Go. Sweet. Battery capacity too low. Okay. Continue? Can we continue? No. Of course not. Of course not. Okay, let me grab a charged battery. After all that, I could have just grabbed the charged battery. Otherwise, we have to sit there and wait. Or we can push some current. You want to push some current into the battery? M17R5. That's this one. Okay. I punched another keyboard! I'm telling you, I've seen so many of these where like you messed up on a game, or you whatever, you know, game rage, and then you punch the keyboard and it stops working. Starved for current. All right, so we got to have enough battery. I think it's like 11% you need. So this one should have more than 11. There you go. Let the battery charge. Well, if we let it charge, then you guys have to just staring at my face the whole time. I don't want you staring at my face. I don't want it. Be like, charge the battery. Next. It's not fixed yet. Right now I'm still in this like, what is going on? Why is it working right now state? Because we have no idea. Anyone program in Python? AI programs in Python. All right, there we go. Yes. Boom. Do not unplug the power. Oh, wait. Wait, yes to continue. Wait. Current version 28. Confirm to replace. Press Y. BIOS error canceled by user. I know cancel nothing. You have no idea what you're talking about. I know cancel nothing. What are you talking about? Okay, set the model. M1705, that all matches. Confirm to replace. Why? And then it already said yes. I didn't, hold on. Start over, let's try again. Flash, enter, tab, down, 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 up. Tab, yes. What? Press yes to continue the flash. I hit yes and it didn't do it. All right, should I put the internal keyboard on now that we know it's working at least? Hello everyone, welcome to the live stream. Yeah, I'm gonna hook the internal keyboard back up again. We'll see how that goes. All right, let me unplug this. We will see if the machine continues to work. While holding down the key on the keyboard. I like pressed it right away just to see if we could get it working that way. Okay, keyboard's right here. Incompatible program flash. It could be, but we're going from 1.26 to 1.28. It did say the same correct name the whole time. Okay. Dope. Careful. Okay, keyboard's plugged in now. Noisy voltage on the BIOS. 1.8 BIOS voltage. PD is here. Paul Daniels in the house. Welcome, buddy. USB drive not fast enough? You better not be making fun of my USB drive. It's the best drive around. And I use it for all my BIOSes. Weird. Weird. I've never seen this before. Okay, so maybe we should just flash it. Okay, I'm going to boot to a test OS. Let's see if we can booting to a test OS. booting to a test OS. Let's grab Betty White. Let's boot into Betty White real quick, and then we'll just flash from Windows. Old Betty White. Although the flashing from Windows should be the same screen as that other one, because it takes you back to that screen. But yeah, whatever. Whatevs. So we got Betty White here. Rose. Replace the BIOS chip, anyone? Maybe. You know what? I could also, let me see if I can boot in the diagnostics. Remember, I can't boot in the diagnostics either, so there's something weird. Look, it's booting the diagnostics because I held down the FN key. So that's working. Update for Intel or AMD? It's AMD. So it's just a direct flash. All I did is just extracted it. And there we go. There's the famous reboot. I was running diagnostics on the I ran this. I guess I don't know what diagnostics was running. I was running diagnostics and it rebooted, of course. So let's see if this thing will boot into this Windows install. HX 6800 probably, or 6900 HX with 3070 sounds about right. Oh, you are the one saying what it is. Yes. Okay, it's gonna boot. Come on, dude. Come on. Is this better than you got, Johnny? Are we already better off? Go, go, go. Getting devices ready. Look at that. See if we can see Betty White. Look at her beautiful face. Betty White. She's here. And I didn't hook up the mouse, of course. No touchpad for you. Let's see. I need to hook a dongle up. Going dongle. That's further than you can get. I've done something right so far. Okay, so we're in here. Let's see if we can run the BIOS flash from my USB. Now, I don't know what I did to make it turn on, so I can't tell you. I mean, the new BIOS probably did it, but it's hard to know. It's hard to know. I haven't plugged in the touchpad. I'm only plugging in certain things right now. We're missing a daughter board where you haven't plugged in all this stuff. We're adding one variable at a time, trying to figure out exactly. And the Wi-Fi card is still unplugged. Okay, so y'all want to look at this really closely so everyone can concur with me on what we're doing. I'll slide this over so you can see it. Okay, so we have this screen here. Current is a M17R5 with 1.26. We're going to 1.28. They successfully loaded, and then this says caution before you do this window. Do not do this. Do not do that. Blah blah blah. Don't close the lid. Okay, so hit OK. My magic worked. I did the fonts. Hey. So ESP disk, not enough space. That doesn't even make sense. What are you talking about? Something is weird on this system. Something is awry. So maybe let's try flashing the same version. Do you think it's a bad BIOS chip? BIOS chip is cooked? Who knows? LED, what do you think about this? ESP is the EFI partition. You know more about that stuff than me, so you tell me. The EFI partition is where? Where is that located? Is that in the BIOS flash? Or in the BIOS chip itself, or what? Check the, what are you saying? Windows Update will get it. Check the ESP partition on the disk. On this disk? I mean, this is a disk I use all the time, so I don't know what should have anything to do with this. Am I driving myself? I mean, this is just my BIOS tool. It's 900, it's 1 gig, but it has plenty of space. And then my EFI has 100 megs, but I mean, why would it not have enough? Partial memory failure in the BIOS. Try flashing to an older BIOS. That's what I was kind of thinking, is maybe flashing to the same one. Try Betty White. This is Betty White. We are in Betty White. Look at her. Hello. How big is 1226? I don't know. How big is it? All right, let me show you how big these files are. Should be like, this is 51 megs. That's unextracted, and then I don't know how big the extraction is, but I see a bad BIOS. Is it the EC chip? EC chip's really tiny, and that's actually written later. So whenever you flash the BIOS, it will like flash the EC chip at the end. Let's try this again. Okay, that time it didn't give me the error. Oh, there it is. Same. So ESP disk. What's ESP again? ESP is EFI. Okay. Copy to the desktop. Okay, we'll try that. Interesting thought. Now we're running it off of Betty White. The BIOS jumper. OS corrupt? No, this is my good OS, man. This is Betty White, man. There ain't no problem with no Betty White. Although it isn't configured to this machine, so maybe there's something wrong with it. I can get my Alien 11 out. It says updating, and then error. All right, let's do another OS or something. Well, we couldn't flashing from outside either, so I don't know what you're talking about. It needs 350 megs inside the EFI. All my EFIs are 100 megs. What are you talking about? It's too full for small little to unpack. You don't talk about the size of my EFI. Making me feel bad about myself. My EFI partition is just adequate. Windows 11 bites again. All right, let's try, what are we gonna do? Windows 10, I can do Blanche. I can do Blanche, that's Windows 10. Should we try Blanche? We already did Betty White, we might as well do Blanche. We might as well have all the Golden Girls join in. You need more space. Captain, we need more space. No, there's something going on with this thing. I think I spy a bad something on this board, but at least it's turning on. At least it boots to something. Less data in the Windows 10 EFI, but it's still only 100 megs, man. It's still adequate. It's a gaggle of golden gals. The old gaggle. We got a gaggle of them. All right, so, uh-oh. Is it going to start? 75 watts flatlined. And we have our error. We have an error. I knew we were going to get an error again. Okay, never mind. False alarm. We have picture, I can't believe. Everything's good to go. Nothing to worry about here. All right, so this is booting up. Stupid inside BIOS. I know I hate those BIOSes. Beyonce's. Those Beyonce's mess me up. I bricked another laptop. All right, the question is this one going to make it to Windows? The other one made it to Windows. DuckDuckGo says 100 megs is minimum. 250 is for future updates. Okay? So if you like doing the bare minimum, I understand. So again, it rebooted in diags, which is really weird. Hold on. Let me restart. It keeps rebooting in diags. Skip. Next. Okay, let's try this again. So we're going to boot off the SSD. Did it say preparing automatic update or automatic repair? Okay. Look, see, now it's doing this boot loop where it can't boot up. Okay, let's check the BIOS settings here. So HCI, let me see if we have power options. There's not too many options in these stupid BIOSes. BIOSes. Inside BIOSes suck. So I don't know. That's why it's like whenever now we're trying to boot up and we're having issues. A second ago we didn't, right? Secure boot is already off, so that's good. The UEFI capsule updates are on. Kernel updates on. Password 2 p.m. Check the BIOS option, the boot option. I mean, the boot option just has these in here, the EFIs and Windows Boot Manager. I mean, I guess I can delete these and just let them reload itself. I didn't see automatic repair. Automatic repair, we saw it for a second. Here, I'm just, oh, this doesn't have RAID. Oh, because of AMD. So it only has HCI. And I don't know if that maybe set up, there's no service tag? No, there's a service tag. The machine is fixed, now a firmware issue. With the firmware issue is what we thought we fixed. Hold on, let me turn this off. So I think my Blanche is actually in RAID, so therefore it can't boot it. So it will do 2 reboots, and then it will go into recovery. But then it should get to a recovery screen. Wasn't Blanche broke last week? Oh, you're right. Blanche was messed up last week. Okay. So preparing automatic repair. It's rebooting. Okay, let's go back to. We can go to. I have more options. I have MOS options. I have a plethora of options. Let's try another drive. I don't know. I'm starting to think about BIOS, and maybe we should just flash this thing all the way up to 1.28. The thing's shutting off. Okay, stay off. Chip not programmed properly. Programmed, but oh, Blanche is on fire. That redhead. She's sure is a redhead. Woo, she's spicy. As sent you a message at info. Okay, cool. So at info is that's the main box for customer service, which is great, and then that will get filtered and sent over to me, no problem. If you want to send something to repairs, that also gets to me a little faster, but it will get forwarded to me if you use the other one too. It's fine. No big deal. Let's try this one. This is one I set up for the new Alienwares. The newest Alienware. The newest of all the Alienwares. Yeah, repairs at parts-people.com is the one that is like in this department right here, so it will get to me too. Okay, so we just changed out SSDs again. Of course, see, it doesn't even want to get through the diags. So something's up with that. There's major problems. Major Tom. Every time it's trying to run a memory test. So there must be a memory issue. What do you think? Try to load a new BIOS chip. Probably a good idea. All right, let's see if this boots. Laptop is fighting memory and CPU. Yeah, now it's just doing tons of reboots. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's something wacky. Maybe it's the memory power supply. Do you think it's like dipping or browning out? Oh, now it's, nope, see? All right. Your EFI is 500. Now you're just showing off. Bad memory? It's not bad memory, but it might be a bad slot or a bad, like, I don't know, connection under the CPU, because we got the machine to start working all of a sudden. Okay, so I'm going to just switch memory slots, and the machine probably will not turn on after this, I bet. All right, so if it doesn't turn on, then we know there's something weird going on here. It's a rabbit hole? Aren't they all? Aren't they all? Rabbit holes are always the interesting ones. When pulling out the drive again, it's too hot. Yeah, but Blanche is always hot. She was the hottest of all the Golden Girls anyway, right? Oh, Blanchy. Bad BIOS chip, corrected region. I might vote for changing out the BIOS chip, but I know that we have like weird memory issues, right? Whether we have enough watts going on. So maybe it's doing memory training again. Let's see. All right, we got a picture in the other slot. That's good. Is it going to stay on through? Ooh, it's even. Nope. Still rebooting there. I've seen this when we had like a bad CPU, or I basically just call it a bad CPU because I have no idea. All right, let's see. I'm going to go back to Betty White if this drive doesn't work, okay? Just to verify that Betty White's still working. Hypervisor error. Anyone? Look that one up. Look that one up in your AI engine. Do a screenshot, send it over. I say bad CPU probably, or some sort of connection to the CPU. CPU ... hypervisor. Crack capacitors. It may just need to be reflowed or something. It may be just a crack under the CPU or something. Reheat the CPU, bruh. Should we throw it on the BGA and just let her rip? That might be an option. Turn off in BIOS. Is there a hypervisor in the BIOS? The V virtual, whatever you call it? I'm going to switch back to their battery because this battery's driving me crazy. Flopping that around. Okay, let's do Betty White again because we need to make sure that she's still functioning. Let it rest. Okay, Betty White was not that. This is Betty White. Betty White. Okay, so Betty White worked until she didn't. LLM? Do you think we have LLM issue? No LLM. We have bubblegum. Secure boot is off. We have a bubblegum situation. Okay, make it train the RAM again. See if we can get past this. Nope, see it reboots right there. So something's whack there. All right, let me go into the BIOS again. Let's see what options. Again, there's not very many options in this thing. So we'll see if we can zoom in so everyone can read it. Everyone can read together. Okay. Can y'all make out all of the options here? I don't have much room. There's only so much I can do. Okay. So, NIC emulator, power share, SATA operation. There's not more than one SATA operation. Adapter warnings, we don't care about that. Multifunction key, this. Disable advanced charge, okay, we don't care about this stuff. Power options, we have lid opening, that's it. All right. I did load optimize twice. I've already done that. That didn't do anything. Allocate more space to EFI. It's AMD. Reset defaults, I already did that. One option, the BIOS virtualization misconfigured issue. Okay, so we're seeing if we even have virtualization as an option here. I can change the offset for the temperature of the CPU, and then this, this might be boosted. Here, I'm just going to change this to auto. So maybe we have a boost in here. I'm just going to do a 10 offset too. Let's just make it where it's not going to get so hot, maybe. I don't know. Let's try that. Maintenance, wipe data. Nope, we don't want to do that. Support resolution, that will boot us into support assist. Who cares about that? And then hybrid graphics. Okay, security. So firmware, TPM, PPI, we don't want to clear that. Pre-boot DMA, enable kernel. What's DMA? Kernel DMA support. What is that? Hypervisor CPU issues may be secure boot related. Well, we have secure boot off. Secure boot is disabled. I mean, I can turn it on, but what's this DMA crap? DMA PBO, basic auto overclock. So we don't want to overclock. Is auto, like if we just put on auto, it's probably better for that. Ensure that Intel, okay, so AMD V, so VM, okay, DMA is direct memory access protection security. Should we turn that off? Disable absolute. Where's absolute at? Absolute right here. Permanent, I'll just disable it regularly. What is absolute for? What is that? I'm not even familiar. I've seen people talk about it, but I've never dealt with it. Okay. PPO on auto will overclock the CPU. Ah, okay. Thank you. I'll go back to that then. So we don't want to overclock. So H1 or HF2. Yes, permanent. It's a CompuTrace basically. So I should disable it permanently? What's the difference? It's a paid back door. Ooh. Okay. Good. All right. It's a low jack, man. Okay, stolen laptop tracking. Yeah, I remember that they had the CompuTrace, but I didn't know they changed it to absolute. Okay, battle author, hypervisor, V errors is one corrupted file on the boot option, virtualization, software conflicts, and 3 RAM aggressive overclock. All right, so did we figure out if we need to turn off this enable kernel support? Should I turn this thing off? Erase the TPM. It's very common errors. That's interesting. Okay. TPM clear PPI bypass command. Is that where we're clearing it? Secure boot, check the keys. No, that's a safety feature. Okay, let me go down to secure boot. We'll look at this. Expert keys. There's no keys in there. There's nothing really in here. What's the CPU temperature running at? Well, I haven't been able to get to a screen to even know, because anytime we try to run diagnostics, it crashes. So secure boot, check keys. We just did that. I'm going to try the latest BIOS. Yeah, the only way we're going to be able to flash the latest BIOS apparently is to write it straight to the chip. If you don't care, remove the TPM data too. I don't think it matters because there's not really much in here. So, but where's the TPM? Because it's TPM firmware enabled or disabled, so we can just disable it, I guess. But I don't see the spot where they clear the keys. I do not see the keys unless I'm missing it. Kernel direct bypass. I feel like I should disable this DMA support. Maybe boot in the safe mode. It's not even booting to recovery. So safe mode's out of the question. Test voltage on RAM. That's a good idea. Direct memory access for security. Firmware for block unauthorized peripheral devices from reading and writing to the memory. Oh, so that probably doesn't even matter. RAM could be the issue too. Could be a bad BIOS chip. I agree with you. Could totally be a bad BIOS chip. So that definitely is something to try. All right, so let's just save what we have here. So I'm going to save that. So we did put a 10-degree offset on the CPU. We changed some other settings. I don't know if it's an overheating thing, but if it is, then it would be overheating. Like it just did the reboot thing just now. So if we pull that back up, see if we can get it to go. You fixed your wife's muffler. That's a good quote. I like that quote. I fixed my wife's muffler. All right, so I just tried twice to go into Betty White, which it did work on Betty White before. Let me try this again. Slower RAM. So this is the RAM I used that worked. So, wait, 256, Windows Boot Manager. Oh, wait, we have 2 in here. It added 2 boot managers in there. That's an issue. So we need to rewrite or get rid of one of those boot managers because I think shoving too many drives in there, too many cooks in the kitchen. Hey, we got the recovery. I don't understand. I do not compute. Man, we got a lot of people out on a Wednesday. Usually we don't get this many. Usually it stops at like 900 or something. We're at 1,100 people on YouTube. Twitch is the one that's underperforming tonight. But welcome. If this is your first stream, I do these streams twice a week. Wednesday at 6 p.m. and Sunday at 9 a.m. Central Time. They're about 4 hours long, and they are crazy because we never know what we're working on here. So secure boot, non-secure boot SSD. I don't know. Can I delete? I think I would need to delete these UEFI options because it has 2 in here, and I think, well, let's see. They're both the same, actually. Okay, so one's just saying, one's the boot manager and one's no boot manager. One's drive 1 and one's drive not 1. What are we fixing today? Just Prime subbed for 10 months. Thank you so much for that. Go Golden Girls! And replace the chip. Oh, okay. I know I'm going to choose Windows Boot Manager. I just don't understand. I fixed Betty's muffler. Sounds pretty naughty. Pretty naughty. Turn it off and on again. Did you turn it off and on again? Delete them all. Let them find it again. I agree. I concur. Mega, I concur. Okay, let me go to advanced options real quick. We're going to continue to Windows. Remove all USB drives. This is a good idea. Let me remove this flash drive here. Okay. Okay, now it's booting. It's not about NVMe. The thing is that this is the drive that we actually booted into Windows with. Here's our Betty White. We booted in here and everything was working. But then I couldn't flash the BIOS. It wouldn't allow us to flash the BIOS. So I was like, okay, well then let's take another drive and put it in there. And then it kept doing a boot loop and we kept having issues. And I tried another drive and it kept doing it. And then we put this drive back in and it felt like we were having the issue and then now we're not. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's see. I don't have all the drivers installed on this machine either. The mouse drive. Old school command disk part. Yeah, that's a good point. So we don't have display drivers. We don't have any drivers on this because this machine, this drive is not configured to AMDs. Now we'll try flashing again. Okay, let's. Oh, we have it on the desktop still. So let's just run it. All right, here we go. Where we're going, we don't need roads. The USB of death. All right, so I had the flasher still on the desktop. That's what we're going to go with. It's probably going to say the battery's too low. Battery must be 25% beforehand. All right, let's see if we can force it. What is the battery at anyway? Battery's at 11%. That's plenty. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open CMD, or terminal. I guess they changed it to terminal now. Let's go to the desktop. Ooh, desktop. Okay. And what is this program called? AMD or Alienware something. So we're going to run Alienware, and then we're going to say force it. We're going to force that thing. Okay, force it. And it shouldn't care. We'll just bypass the battery checking thing. Boot sequence. Options, BCD error or VME error. AJ just used their Prime sub for 4 months. 4 months in a row, now that I know that. So look, now it's going to run because I know the secret command. But is this going to load right here? Updating. Saying updating. And ESP disk space not enough. So it still has that same error. Well, we ain't looking good, Billy Ray, because I ain't feeling good, Lewis. This isn't working still. All right, what do you want me to do? Should we pull the BIOS chip off and re-flash it again with the 8, 2.8 or whatever, 1.28, whatever it takes? What do you want me to do? Put a different chip. Pull the BIOS chip off, put a brand new BIOS chip on there. Replace the BIOS chip with the newest version. Okay. Resize the ESP. Okay. Someone wants me to mess with my size. They want me to resize my ESP. All right, let's resize the ESP. Let's do it. New chip, everyone. Everyone wants a brand new chip too. You can't get it all. You can't get everything. Let's just see if we can resize this real quick. Partition tools. NPE. Does anyone use MPE? Does anyone know what MPE is? It's the best. Hydrate and don't punch the screen. So MPE is a free program. It's for partitioning. I absolutely love it, okay? So we use this on everything. They have a portable mode, so this is not, you don't have to install, I just was able to run it. It looks like just like disk management or disk manager or whatever, but you can move partitions around. So like say I have my GPT partition here and the BitLocker encryption here. I can actually take this partition and move it. So if I take it right here, I could say move volume. No, merge volume. Wait, it's not letting me move it. Hold on. This one I'm able to move. See, the issue we have here a lot of times is you'll have it where it expands, or you can't expand the partition. So you'll have like unallocated here, 1.3 megs, but you can't put it over here. So we're gonna have to make space right next to this in order to do this. So we have to actually move this stuff over. So, and you can do it on the drive you're on normally. That's what I use. Can't change oil while I'm running the car. That's true. That's true. Sometimes it lets you do it. You can do it over here, I know that. You just can't do it on there. You gotta, why is it BitLocker encrypted anyway? I did not BitLocker encrypt this. You little, how is that possible? Look, I'm not even signed into a Microsoft account and it BitLocker encrypted the drive. Look at this. Look at this. You telling me? So if you would have asked me if this drive was BitLocker encrypted, I would have said no, just like every one of my customers who say, I don't have BitLocker on my drive. BitLocker off. Turn off drive encryption, yes. Bam. It will take forever to unencrypt the drive. Take the rest of the day. Remove BitLocker and reboot the USB into Windows PE. Okay, that's rebooting there. We'd be better off just sticking another drive in here too. RAID equals HDI Dell. This one, and this drive is not set up for RAID, but this machine only does not have a RAID. BitLocker encrypts the drive by default, even with no Microsoft account. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? It helps you protect your files and folders from unauthorized access just in case your device is lost and stolen. Sounds like a spiel. Spiel. Oh, it's not required anymore. Well, I think it's stupid. This is going to take 10 years, so I'm not waiting for this. I don't have time for this. All right, let me reboot this again. Let me get my Alien 11 SSD, because I know we can use that. Or we just need let's just pull the BIOS chip, put a brand new BIOS chip on it with a newer version. That's what I'm doing. I can't, none of this shenanigans. I'm done with this. I'm done with this stuff here. See if this fixes it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It works so good. We just can't, it still doesn't boot through diagnostics. It was an eBay purchase, that's right. After all, it was an eBay purchase. It still hasn't shut off. This is the best idea yet. New BIOS chip with a new update, everyone? Yep. He came in late. Did he already try flashing the BIOS? So I flashed the BIOS, and that's kind of how it's turning on, we think, because we didn't think the BIOS flash actually worked, and then it works. The machine's working now. Before it was just kind of stuck in some RAM not working type of stuff. Like, it's not turning off, though. Turn off. Turn off. VMD equals RAID on. Okay, I'm going to boot in the diagnostics real quick, though. I just want to test something. Where are the diagnostics stored? In the BIOS chip, I think. So I'm going to see if we can get into diagnostics, but I'm going to cancel out. Stayed on. Okay, good. And we're going to go over here. I just want to see what temps we have. So CPU is at 48. Video's at 45. So all that looks fine. So temperatures are looking good. Battery's at 17% now, which is nice. And configuration, I want to look at some firmware stuff here. So firmware says 1.26, embedded controller is 10.2. I wonder how far off that embedded controller is from what I put in there. Do you have a list of software tools you use, like partition tool? So that partition tool I just showed you is one that I use. I don't have a list of it though, no. So, but that is the partition tool I use in Windows or on an actual device. So, do you ever come across desktop parts like OEM, AMD, RX 7400 low profile GPUs or pre-builts? No, I don't. Sometimes I get desktop cards. I have a few of them that kind of pop around. But they're usually older. Like, I don't know, 7400, how new is that? That's kind of older, right? I don't know. I don't know anything about desktop AMD cards that well, but no, the answer is kind of no. I don't get it. All right, BIOS chip 1, BIOS chip 2, BIOS chip 3. Are you counting? Can't repeat. Okay, so anyway, this is kind of working. But now if we run the test, it's going to reboot, I bet. Just let me do this real quick. Just let me do it. Okay, I'm going to press this button here, see if it shuts off. Well, it's working. I see picture. I can't believe. Huh. The battery's charging slow. The battery's probably charging slow because it's old. It does that if it has a like a lot of charge cycles. All right, CPU fan test. Now we're testing the actual processor. It's staying on, but last time whenever I think we got to the memory is when it rebooted. So we may have some sort of memory controller issue or memory power rail issue or something like that. Just use DiskPart. I know, DiskPart's pretty powerful. Okay, so what did you say here? Let's see, what does this say? It says, I think your UEFI partition is just full of BIOS backups. Oh, I don't know how much, oh, it could be. How do I empty my UEFI or my EFI partition? Is there a way to just clear the junk? This is the customer's battery actually, and my other one wasn't attached earlier when we were doing this test, but I think it still was rebooting, so. Okay, this is actually passing test. Good, okay. Do you think that we could flash the BIOS now? I don't know, it seems like it's more stable right this second. Just search Google for inside ESP disk not enough, okay? Let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, preventing from full, partition is usually 100, logs left over, blah, 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 da, da, da. Okay, so we got a mount volume, Y, and then do this thing, and then delete. Okay. From below, you can manually do the on a redundant system file, right click on the start menu, go to, okay. I kind of want to try this. You guys want me to try this? What do you think? I don't know. Don't know. It sounds interesting. I've never heard of this, so it'd be something interesting to try. Yes, yes, go for it. Okay, so this test seems like it's going pretty good. I'm going to stop it because we don't need to go all the way through it, but it's I'm pretty happy. Okay, and the quick test is where it would reboot before, so cables aren't attached. Yeah, it's staying good. Okay, so I'm going to turn it off. We're going to boot back into Windows. You had Norton adding to EFI files before. Interesting. Okay, how are you going to fix the SSD fixing the laptop? I don't think it makes sense. Maybe it does or not. So basically the idea is that we're trying to flash the BIOS, but whenever we're trying to load the BIOS into the EFI boot partition area, to flash it, it says it's out of space. So we have to clear that space out, so then when we flash the BIOS, it reboots the computer properly. We were trying to flash it outside of Windows, but we were having issues with it not working either. So that's how that works. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right, let me pull up my menus here. See if I can get this on the screen so I can see it. All right, so it says mount So we're going to do a right click. I need to do admin menu. Okay, mount volume, Y, and then S. And then we need to go to it. Okay. Mount volume, Y, and then S. So let me close this and open it at admin. Can I zoom in? How do you zoom? How do you make it bigger in this? It's not plus, control shift plus, minus. How do you make the font the bigger? Well, I'll just zoom this way. Okay. You put it closer. Font plus. Is there a font plus? No font button on here, is there? What year are we talking about? Scroll, plus and scroll. That's why I did that. Control and scroll. I tried that. That's not working. Plus scroll. I'm trying that. Doesn't work. Okay. Oh, you know why? Because I'm doing it on my keyboard for my computer. I don't... Don't mind me. Nothing to see here. There we go. It was control and plus. Okay. That's funny. Oh. Okay, so command. Sorry about that. Okay, mount volume Y, yes. Too many keyboards. Mount volume Y. Okay. Do we need to go to Y? Okay. And then we're going to do a CD EFI. EFI. Microsoft. Boot. Fonts. Okay. And then we're going to do, well, let me ls that real quick. Okay, so we do have a bunch of stuff in here. Fonts. Why am I deleting fonts? Remove any permanent extra fonts that reclaim the space is what it's saying. Okay. Star.star Q. You don't, where we're going, we don't need those fonts. What we got? Hydrate. I need a hydrate. I'm out of water. I need to run to get water. All I have is coffee. Ken just prime subbed. Or no, donor board member. He's a donor board member. Nice. Thank you for that there, Ken. So parameter not found. Okay. So now we get to fight with the AI and tell it that it was not found. Gotta love the AI. AI does not know what's going on here. Okay. So what it's telling me says this error occurs because you're using PowerShell instead of command prompt. Well, did you tell me to use command prompt? Okay. Terminal admin. I'm using admin terminal. Okay, so we're going to use CMD instead. CMD. Run as admin. And of course you cannot, oh, there we go. This makes it bigger. Okay, there we go. All right, so y'all can see this? Okay, good. All right, are we happy? Remove Q. All right, having so much fun now. I want this to work on the first bang here. Okay, so volume, so we're going to mount the volume again. Mount vol to Y, yes. Go. The directory is not empty. Do we have to unmount? Do we have to U-mount? Y? Or maybe we're already in there, so now we just go to Y, I bet, right? Good, okay. So now, because we already mounted it. Okay, so now we're going to go to EFI. CFI, EFI. So we're trying to clear this directory, this temp directory. Microsoft boot fonts. Of course. Is my slash not working now? Microsoft boot. What is going on with this keyboard? Okay. We have LS is not designed. You don't like LS? Okay. Fine. Okay, so now we're going to delete again. Star.star. Q. What's going on now? What's going on, guys? It just did not refresh right. Okay. S. Are you sure? Deleted. Okay, cool. Got it. Whew. Zoom out. Yeah, I probably should zoom out. Is it too zoomied? Zoom. Okay, so I already mounted, got it cleared. Now what? Do we have enough space now? How do we know how much space we have? That's the question. Did this even tell us how much space we have? Do you even know how much space we have? Should we just run it again? I'm just going to run it again. Maybe we have enough battery charge too. Do DIR. Smarty pants. DIR 47 megs. So that might just be right above what we need. But we will see. Initializing. So 47 megs, but this is a 51 meg BIOS, but maybe not all of it's being used. I don't know. Yeah, I can see that I typed a Q on accident. Oh, exit would have got me out of that. Why aren't we modifying the directories? It's the bee's knees, I tell you. Okay, so we do have enough battery now, so I can just press this button here. Tur just used their Prime sub. Thank you for that. Okay, is this going to work this time? Please, please work. Remove it out of the junk folder. Oh, it says updating. Ah, that's working. Well, that's a first for me. I've never seen that before. Okay. Charlie mentioned something about a valid BIOS backup. Doubt. So I backed up the BIOS already. So I have their original BIOS, but whether it worked in the first place, I don't know. I mean, all right, we're rebooting. We have something happening, people. We have things happening. All right, I need to go fill up my water because I need water. So you guys, if this thing errors out, just let me know. Here, actually, I'm going to start it. We got to make sure to hit yes here. Most Windows EFI partitions are 100 megs. I know they're adequate, but they're not Magnum. Okay, is it going to do it by itself? Update BIOS start 1%. If it doesn't move, then we have a problem. Okay, 2%. Okay. 3%. Perfect. All right, we'll zoom you right in there. Zoom. All right, let me go fill up my water. I'll be right back. You guys just stare at that screen. And if I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Actually, you're going to be able to hear me go anyway because the mic's wireless. So don't worry about it. And it might cut out a little bit because I have to go all the way across the building to the break room. But my water, I forgot to fill it up before the stream. I had like 1 drop of water. And I need to hydrate. All right, here we go. Ah. Perfect. Oh, that sounds like sounds like I'm relieving myself. Okay, we got a full jug of water. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna check the front door too, because last week I was streaming until like 10:30 and then I realized the front door was unlocked. And there was a murderer outside. I almost got murdered during a live stream. Okay, got my water. Everyone like that? It was just water, I promise. Hot my God. Oh, it was the Austin Powers ASMR. That's a good scene. Maybe I should watch that tonight. The International Man of Mystery. Do I? Do I make you Randy, Randy? If you heard a zipper sound, then you know it for sure. It's streaming media. Okay, this is actually working, but the fans are not spinning it at all, and that's what worries me. But at the very end, it will actually flash the EC region, and then the fans should go full blast. Razar coming in with a hot 5 gifted subs. Thank you for that. Studio, who else? Jav, 2108 and Turning and JP all got gifted subs on Twitch. So commercial-free viewing for the next 30 days on Twitch. Thank you so much for that, Razar. I appreciate you. Holy moly. Allow myself to introduce myself. Does water taste a little bit nutty? Yes. Do you separate? Let's see. Laptop does not support Q-Flash. Ooh, I don't know. Sounds pretty fancy to me. Don't think so. This thing doesn't support a lot of stuff. It's AMD. I hate it. Evacuating, evacuating complete. Also, the hell is inside. That's the type of BIOS and extraction tool and stuff like that. So look it up. Inside. We got a gift from Doodle4144. Thank you so much for that gift. A little package. Stay hydrated. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Gigawatts power. Naked Gun, of course. It's Naked Gun, of course. That's a funny one, too. That was all Mel Brooks movies. Man, I know. Naked Gun was not Mel Brooks. That's right. Yeah, I guess we already went over this one night. Because I always thought that was a Mel Brooks thing, too. Okay, now the fans are on full blast because it's flashing the EC chip, because if the EC chip bricks, then the machine will not turn on at all. So at least we're getting a fresh BIOS and a fresh EC region. Now, I had put a newer BIOS region on here, but I have no idea how old the EC region was, and so they may have not matched. You know? They may have not been together and married. Okay, so Naked Gun was Wesley Nielsen and Frank Dribben in the police. Oh, of the police squad. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, turned off. Is it going to turn back on? That is the question. Hello, Nate. I'm late. You're late for an important date. Oh, got a medal from POTUS, really. Water refill moment reminds me of Mighty Eagle in Angry Birds. Bomb and Chuck killed the scene. Anyway, watching from Cape Town, South Africa. Weirdly, 3 a.m. in the morning. Wow, thank you for that. Cape, thanks for the donation. 70 South African bucks. Appreciate you. Scan just used their Prime Twitch sub on Twitch. Thank you. Naked Gun was the Zuckers. Okay. And now the machine's not posting. Is it going to? Let's see. We got 100 watts. Okay, good. We got it back up. We got it. We got it. Okay, Police Academy is free on YouTube. Oh, it's under that free account on YouTube? I love that account. They have so many movies on there. Mahoney! Mahoney! Okay, so is it going to turn back on again? No, Police Academy and the Blue Oyster. Nate, how old are you? Okay, question. All right. How old am I? Got all the gray hair on this side, less gray hair on this side, mostly gray hair in my beard. How old do you think I am? Bell for the Meta. Okay, there we go. Look at him. 39, 44, 67, 34, 44, 46, 52, 30, 43, 57, 45, 42, 20. Oh, someone put me in the 20s. Okay. Well, Darren, you're just messing with me. 47, 47, 45, 47, 51. Nice. Okay. All right. So most people do have me in the 40s. There are some 50s. I got some 70s in there. Let's see. All right. Mid 40s. Correct. So I will be 46 in a couple weeks. Or about a month. 3 weeks. 46. So right now I'm 45. I was born in 1980. 1980 was my year. So I'm one of those people who are the end of the Gen Zs and the starting of the millennials. So I'm a cusper. I represent both parties, right? Of the Gen Z or the Gen X. I said Gen Z. I'm a Gen Xer and a millennial, not a Gen Z. So millennial and a Gen X. So it's kind of a weird kind of year, you know what I mean? Because you have that, like I had the internet, you know, was like growing up, there was like on-demand types of things. There was like, I can't remember all the rules. There's like, I know there's a lot of rules to this, right? But Dave's from 1964, 1954. I know I'm just a baby in 1980, 1962. You graduated in 1980, see? It just passed all of its diags, guys. That's a first. It did not do that before. Did we fix it? Did we fix this thing? It does this weird reboot here. Does he have a drive? Did he send a drive with it? Reboot his drive. Is he still here? Bradley, you still here? He didn't have a drive. Oh yeah, you are still here. I think we fixed it, but I don't know, because basically what I want to do, see now it did this reboot thing. It didn't boot into Windows, even though we had that in there. I'm going to let it do this thing because it wants to test the memory. But remember, last couple times we did this, it would just reboot on itself, but it's actually holding up. But what I want to do is I want to get this thing back in the Windows, and then I'm going to twist it and see if it actually shuts off or has some issues. So almost 65. Graduated high school in 1980. More people graduated in 1980. I'm in 1987, so it'd be 39. My first computer was a digital in 1978. I've never heard of a digital. It might have been the EC. It might have been a mismatch of firmware. Johnny believes it is not fixed. Okay. I believe it's not fixed. You do declare it's not fixed? Okay. Johnny believes it's not fixed. How are you going to pup sound with your lips? What sound are you talking about? I don't know. Graduated in 1988. My first computer was a TRS-80, a Trash 80, the old Trashy. So the fact that it's booting straight into this and passing it now, it's not rebooting, I think that fixed a lot of stuff. The boot drive changed, yes, and we still have those 2 boot drives in there. We probably should clear out both the whatever you call it, Windows boot managers, and let it refind all that. Digital RT11 multi-user 10-inch drives. Born in 1968. Digital is a deck with a smiley face and a wink. Tosh MSX. First computer was a Tandy 1000. A lot of older people here. 2002 checking in. There you go. Yeah, tea time. How you doing? Yeah, a lot of people will watch. Demographic-wise, it's going to be older than me. Most of my viewers are actually older than me. Got an Apple II. All right, so let me go back in here. I'm going to clear out these boot options. So let me delete these out of here. Delete. Good. All right, so we delete the boot options out. Let's try it again. Let's just let it find it. 1971, VIC 20. We have a VIC 20 right here under the desk that we're working on. It's weird. I don't really like the way it reboots and does this, but these machines are weird. It might just be finding the drive. See, it's still doing that little reboot thing here. Enable secure boot? I don't know. It hasn't needed it the whole time. Now I can hit F12 and select the drive. I just want to see if it's going to find it on its own. Yeah, it's still weird. Still weird. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to select it then. So we'll select the drive. It should just boot right up if I do that. Do you think it turned secure boot back on? Swap the motherboard and call it a day. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. I mean, I felt like it was working, and then now it's not. There's only AHGI on this thing. That's the only option there is. See? That's all there is. But what I wanted to check to see if a secure boot turned back on. No, it's not. It's in deploy mode. Performance options. Still at the same. Okay, so everything is as it should be. Time for C4. Load Linux. Yeah, I mean, we can put a Linux thing on there. We can do factory defaults again. It's optimal defaults. But it's funny because now it's working worse than it was before we did the BIOS update. But I'm wondering if it's because it's hot or because of something else. Like if I just like lift this corner here. So once it gets the window, I'm going to torque it, okay? I just want to see if it messes up. So it is booting Windows now. Move this out of the way. We got Betty White in the house. Betty White is back. She's back. Okay, Format C. Okay, here we go. So what I want to do is I'm going to pull up our task manager, and I'm going to, what time is it? We have 2.5 hours. Okay, so we need to move on to another machine if this is kind of working or not. I don't know. All right, so I'm going to move the machine, see if it locks up. Did it just lock up? Nope. Okay, here we go. Twist. Twist. I don't know if you can see I'm twisting it, but that's fine. Twist here. Kind of knocking it around. It's staying on. Press the keyboard. Okay. Let's see. I mean, it's working. It seems to be okay, right? But it's, I don't know. I don't know. What are you thinking? Because, I mean, I don't have it screwed together all the way. The board's kind of only has like 2 screws or 3 screws in there. But, yeah, I feel like it's a memory issue, but it could be the memory controller inside the CPU itself. Let me run Prime 95. Yeah, run Prime 95. That will do it. Prime 95 will max out the RAM all the way. So you can see that we're using up all the RAM, every bit of RAM there is, which is only 8 gigs in there. And it's using all the CPU. Painted with LLM. It's not a SSD issue. I use these drives on all these different machines, so it's not an SSD issue. It is slow. It does seem slow. GPU is slowing the device manager down. Well, I don't have the drivers installed, so if we look here, we don't even have GPU drivers installed. So maybe I should install the GPU drivers. What do you think about that? I forgot. It was a memory issue, question mark? I mean, we can install some drivers here. Let's do that. Betty! What are you doing to me, Betty? 8 gigs of RAM will be slow. I mean, it's definitely going to be slow now that I have it running a Prime 95 session. But it hasn't locked up yet. I'm going to stop this while I'm pulling this up. Okay. Should have at least 32 gigs of RAM for gaming. He didn't send it with any RAM. This is just a test stick of RAM I threw in here. First computer was a Heathkit. Does it have a Bitcoin virus? That's pretty funny. Lowest bias defaults. Lowest bias defaults. I've loaded the optimal defaults multiple times. So we don't have a driver installed on either one of those there. Which I feel like I have already put this on here before, but let's see. Should have a driver on here for this. What does this have? A 3070 Ti? 30 series? I think the BIOS updates fixed it, personally, but it does act a little bit weird still. 3070, okay, perfect. So I have 30, well, here's 40 series drivers, but it should be in there. We'll just run that on here. First computer was a TI-99-A4. Maybe you should run Windows 95 on it. 16 gigs of RAM is enough for, in most cases, to do gaming. Probably. I don't game, so I don't know much about that stuff. So I'm just installing this package driver. It should have a 30 series driver in it. It should. It should. Who knows? Okay, this thing is running pretty good. What's the next computer? I didn't even pay attention to that. Do you guys know what the second place was? If we're going to switch to the next one, because we have like an hour and a half left. Windows 2000 Professional all day. That's right. Windows 95 has A and B. Okay, the Vostro is the second place. Okay, Vostro. What's wrong with Vostro? No signs of life. Okay, that could be promising. So a TI-99-4 was broken demo model. I've never even heard of one. I mean, I know Texas Instruments, but what is a Vostro? So Dell made a, they have their main lines like Latitude, their Inspiron, which is their consumer grade, Latitude was their business grade. And then they had their cheap business line called Vostro, or they still have it. And basically it's an Inspiron branded as a Vostro and then sold as a business machine. I don't know the reason. I don't get it, but it's the same motherboards and those things. It's just they're junk. They're just cheap. So, but the board this one's a newer one, so the boards are expensive, so that's why we have to fix it. That's generally how that works. Is if it's more expensive for the motherboard, then I have to fix it. Otherwise, I'm not going to make them pay all that money. Oh, is BitLocker still on? That's a good point. Did it disable that? The BitLock. I bet that's why it's running so slow. BitLocker. Oh, decryption is in process. You can continue to use your device. So it is decrypting in the background too. Yay! Mm-hmm. Do you remember the horrible Windows Millennium? Yes, I remember how horrible it was. There's somebody in here a couple weeks ago who was like, Windows Millennium was their favorite OS of all time. All right, so here, you tell me what your favorite OS is. You know, if you like 95 the best, 98 SE, if you like Millennium, 2000, XP, Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 8.1, Windows 10, 11, I don't know, whatever. Linux, Ubuntu, distro, you know. So people like 7, 10, XP, 2000. Blob, XP, I bet there's going to be a lot of XPs in there. Vista Business, really? Vista was so slow. 2007, NT 4.0, that was a good solid one. Vista Business, Vista again, man, Vista was so slow, it's crazy. Windows 11, Windows 11, you know, can be okay as long as you strip out all the stuff. 24H2 of IoT LTSC, that's what you're going to have till 2031, so yes, that's the best thing there is. XP, okay, so Xubuntu, I've used that plenty of times. 2604, oh, I haven't even tried that yet. Mint, I love Mint personally. NT4, okay, let's see, XP was good. I have Debian Linux. Oh, you just doing Debian vanilla, huh? Oh, the vanilla. Windows 12, and that's not even out yet. All right, so Absolute Raccoon, which is the 2604, Windows 11 26H1, which we haven't installed on anything yet. XP, which is extra problems. Windows XP for sure. I liked Windows 98 SE. That thing was zippity zappity zoop. MX Linux, I still have not, well, maybe I did it one time. I used it one time. You have 2604 on a old Inspiron. Nobody likes Windows 95. Windows 95 is too, you have to hold its hand too much in order to get it to do things. So that's the only problem with Windows 95. Like just even like do a USB device if you had USB in general. It was hard. Casio OS is nice. Novell NetWare 3.11. What? You're crazy. Debian and Windows 7. That's a dual boot system, huh? Windows 8 was the worst. You know my theory about Windows 8 is you had Windows 7, then you had Windows 8, and then you have Windows, but you skipped Windows 9, and you went to Windows 10 because they had Windows 8.1, which equals 9. That's probably why. Started with XT and went to MS-DOS and then C64, C++. Oh, it's like, why did it turn off? Well, it's enabling the graphics card. Please, hopefully. Is it enabling it? Is it enabling it? I don't know. The screen turned off though. Okay. It was messing. Oh, I didn't have the touchpad enabled, so it just went to sleep. Never mind. Touchpad doesn't do anything. I have to move this mouse. Okay. Let's see. SMBest. We're just waiting for this NVIDIA driver to install. So while we're doing that, you're just saying what your favorite operating system was. Fedora with KDE. I don't know. I haven't liked that much. I tried it. I didn't like it. Let's see. NT 4.0. A lot of people, I think that's super solid. I mean, it was super snappy, clean interface. Remember backloading a dozen of diskettes to install Windows 3.11. I remember that too. I actually have 7 disks. I made them a while back because I was going to install that on a machine, an old machine I was working on. As for Linux, I love Zorin. Zorin is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. NT 4.0 with Service Pack 6. That was before they had the extra special upgrade Windows packages, whatever they call it. Installing graphics driver still. Okay, still going. Windows 9 was skipped because Windows 95 and 98, which was a lot of times software was called 9X. Oh, that would make sense. Okay. NT 4.0 was 26 1.44s. Was it really? That's crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot. My son is playing Counter-Strike Go, and it had flashbacks to 2003 CS. Yep. And I still have my CSS, which is the Counter-Strike Source, because I got that in 2005, and then that's what I play Day of Defeat with. If I'm going to play, I'll play Day of Defeat, which is a Source mod. All right, we got the driver installed. It's coming in hot. Coming in hot. So how I was installing the 40 series drivers, but this is a 30 series chip. It's still going to pick it up because they're package drivers. They just have everything in it. So there it is. It did pick it up. Oh. Let's see, GPU drivers installed, taking a long time. It is taking a long time. We're using 100 watts. I feel like we should be using more watts than this, but I don't have all the drivers installed in this thing, so. All right, that's done. We have it. We did it. Duke Nukem 3D. Is the battery hooked up? It is hooked up. The battery is hooked up. It seems like it does run a little bit slow. Let me see what this meter's saying here. It says we're running at 2,000 gigas. And the temperature is not hot at all, actually. CPU's at 45. Can you see that? CPU's at 45C. It maxed out at 68, but it's only using 10 watts of the CPU. Something's weird. Now, I turned off Prime 95. The only thing that's really running right now is the decryption. Drive decryption's at 75% or so. Did you scale? Oh, I did. I did scale the CPU down 10. That's right. Okay, let's turn that back up then. Now that we have that working. I'm going to go back to the BIOS. We're going to put the CPU back to max and see if it still works. That actually worked really well, though. Keeps it nice and cool. Get out of Balix mode. Put it on max performance. All right, we're losing people here. We need to start doing something. It's getting boring. 3 hours later. My 5000E came in with Windows ME and lasted for 2 hours. 2 hours. 5000E. That was a fancy machine. There was a 5000 and there was a 5000E. The extra good 5000. All right, so we're going to change this offset. I think we're going to have to move on to another machine because this seems to be working, but if you're not convinced, then we have to convince you. How are we going to convince you? Hence, you need to load Windows defaults. Okay, or BIOS defaults. All the BIOS defaults in here are kind of wacky, but we've already loaded them twice. I called it fixed and moved on. Yeah, Semper, that's what I'm thinking too. But it does this weird reboot thing. But I'll tell you, if it can boot into Windows, losing a lot of people. We're losing people. We're losing you. Come on. I understand if we need to go to the next one. I'll play with it more tomorrow and just confirm everything. I mean, it is acting a little weird on startup. I can see it doing this weird flashing on and off, but it is working up a lot better than you had it, right? If we can get the Windows without me touching it, that's what I'm looking for. See, it's weird how it doesn't want to do this. Here, I'm going to hit F12 then. See how it just keeps rebooting? I need a tap dance. Monkey dance, monkey dance. 2 computers at one time. At the same time. It's almost like it's trying to unmod the ME. Hold on. Oh, unmod you. Okay, yeah. I will. Okay, let me just try doing it off battery real quick. Okay. Yeah, so it's doing a lot of rebooting weird stuff. So yeah, there's definitely something weird going on still, but once you get past it, it works. See that? Is it going to work? See? How is it partitioned? It's not a partition thing because it's not the drive. It's like machine acting weird, but starting up. This is my drive that I use on all my machines. So it's not, I mean, I have tons of these different drives, but they're all acting to this. So, all right. I'm giving up here. I unplugged the battery, the charger, so it's running on battery only. See how it's just doing that? Wait for 30 seconds. Okay, I just turned it off. I'm gonna turn it back on one more time. I'm gonna finish it tomorrow, right, guys? Okay. We don't want to lose any more people. We had a good turnout here. So everyone, we're starting the next one. If I can turn this thing off. Do a factory reset. Ooh. Oh, she's so hot. Betty White's so hot that the label actually changed color. Betty got so hot that the label changed color. That's crazy. Okay, so this is my RAM. Put this stuff away. All right, y'all ready? Clean up this stuff. Spicy gremlins. Screwball. What'd you call me? Thank you. All right, we got the machine working, so it was kind of a weird one. We don't really know for sure if it's working all the way. Just was told that I'm being released tomorrow. All right, Doc. Good. Nice to hear. Glad to hear that. Doc is getting out of the hospital. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so let's do the Vostro next. All right, you guys ready for this? I have no idea what we're looking at either. Oh, okay, making a mess. Making a mess. All right, here we go. Let me pull out the unit, we'll read the notes, and we'll do the intro. All right, replace the battery with aftermarket battery. Let the smoke out. What? Let the smoke out of at least 1 volt regulator, PU5101, located between the wireless card and the RAM. Sell the credit card number. There's no credit card number on at least. I got the mouse dongle out of the other machine. Thank you for that. Okay, so this one's going to be next. Disaster next. All right, so this one's going to be kind of interesting. So the customer replaced the battery with an aftermarket battery, I'm assuming. So yeah, here's our fake battery that the person purchased. And you can see it's fake. I can tell it's fake. It doesn't have a serial number. The font's all weird. It's a different color. So you can tell this is a fake Dell battery. So they replaced it with that and then let out the magic smoke. So this is going to be interesting. So what did you say it was? A Vostro 7620? Okay. All right. All right. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a Vostro 7620. Now this one might be a little bit of a disaster. The customer said that they replaced their battery with an aftermarket battery. And when they plugged it in, it released the magic smoke and at least blew out 1 chip on the board. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Boom. Okay, so are y'all ready for this? What do we have? What kind of, do we have a barrel jack here? So we do have a 4.5 inch barrel jack on the side. Luckily for me, my handy dandy voltmeter actually has, or power meter has both. So I have both sizes here, so we could still plug this in just fine. I don't think we need a 330 watt charger plugged in, so I'm gonna go to a 240. We're gonna go down on that. And all right, let's see. I'm gonna open the lid, see if it turns on just on battery by itself. Probably doesn't. They let out some smoke, but we probably shouldn't plug it in then. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't plug it in. Let's open the bottom and see what they're talking about first. Let me see, there's a sticker on the bottom. Let me see if I can cover this up. Give me a second. I'm gonna get some other stickers. It says a property sticker of some sort, so we need to make sure we cover up any personal information just in case it means something to somebody. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so let me go ahead and pop the bottom off. Get a new screw bowl. It's a song. It's a song. It goes like this. You need a 60 watt, 65 watt at best, but I could give it a 240 and it will take 65 if it wants. Tony, how are you doing, buddy? You ready for this? Screw dish. Tony's in the house. Welcome. How are you doing? Did you have a long day fixing graphics cards? Who cares? Who cares? I'll take it like I like it. All right, so I got to get this bottom off of here. So this is a aluminum body. So this would maybe be like a 7000 series in Spiron, if it's the same model, because this is a 7620, so it's still a 7000 series. Bell rings, are we off to the races? I think Nathan should be a spokesman for Lewis R in the city Meetings are smooth. Well, I should be a spokesman, huh? Should be an announcer. Announcing the new reference of 311A. I'm ready for bourbon night soon. You're going to have bourbon night tomorrow, straight out of the hospital. Are you sure? All right, and the bottom is off. Take a quick look around. We have the main battery. It's an OEM, perfect, but they plugged in an aftermarket battery and created the magic smoke. Now, we did not get the full story on why they're replacing the battery in the first place, but they did it. They did it. So let's figure out if we have some burn hole through the board or something like that before we start plugging in stuff willy-nilly. The willy-nillys. So let's take a look here. So here's, wait, I think I can smell it. Follow your nose. So here's where the battery plugs in to the board. Rainbow connector. And where did they say the burn was? Is it near here? I don't see a burn here. Anybody? Where else is it? Boasters of 7000 series aren't bad. Yeah, I mean 7000 series even in Spearruns aren't bad, but it's still like the boards are not that good. It's the structure's good. Okay, replace battery. So it says voltage regulator SY8288AC something between the Wi-Fi and RAM. Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, so wait, RAM's here, Wi-Fi's here, so that would be here. Get my bearings. Getting my bearings. Okay, that looks like a PD controller. I do declare that looks very bad. I don't even know what that is. That looks like one of those glass chips, doesn't it? It almost looks like a ceramic chip. PU5101. What is that? Do we have a short in this area? Battery's unplugged so we can measure. Oh gosh, what did we get ourselves into again? Some of these repairs, I'm like, what am I doing with my life? Donor? Yeah, I don't know if I'm a donor. Might have something close, but we'll see. Okay. So we got 0.6 on that side, 0.2 on this side. So this is our positive. So that means that this whole rail is shorted to ground through this chip probably. And the main power rail is shorted. So this, we need to take this thing off here. I think this is screwed though. I don't even know if we can drill this because it's glass. VD, Puff the Magic Dragon. Do you know what that's actually about? Oh, sorry, I didn't have that up. But yeah, it's 0.6, 0.7, whatever it takes. So here's what we're actually measuring. Wait, it said lower than that a second ago. Looks like a briquette from your grill. Okay, so 1.3 ohms is what it's at. And then that's the 2. But I thought it was, and the main power rail is 0.6. Okay, so I'm not keeping my liver. Oh, I just realized, so this meter I replaced, my voltmeter, I haven't taken it apart to quiet down the beeping, so the beeping is kind of loud. All right, let's see if we have any types of board views or any types of donor boards or anything for this machine. This is still kind of very new. The note says voltage regulator, but do they know what it is? It's a buck converter of some sort because it's going to create the 3 volt or 5 volt power rails, probably. Those things are together. But, oh, I just took the, did you see it fly away? Okay, I just kind of went like that. It just kind of flew off. So I guess we could get this thing ground down pretty good. So if we can get this taken off of here, we can relieve the short. I'm going to have to pull the board out, though, in order to do anything, unfortunately. And then we can get the board number. Unless someone can do some research to figure out what board number it is. I don't think this is a Compal board. I think this is a Winstron, probably, board. But I'm not sure, 100%. Tape the speaker. Ejected itself. Bye-bye. All right, let's get this apart. I don't think I've ever opened this machine before, so I'm just going to turn screws randomly until it comes out. Which meter did you get? I got the same meter again because I know which meter I use, and so and I know it works, and so I just do that. I just bought that immediately and then went back. Let's see, to that, and I can hunt for the other ones. So it's going to be a JF7 JHX3. Pop the Magic Dragon is a gunship, thank goodness. Oh, is that what it is, huh? I saw Meet the Fockers. What was that chip again? We don't know what the chip was. You want the chip number? 5101, I think. So the PU5101. The PU5101. PU, it does stink now. All right, are we good? Everyone got it? And then, did we get the service tag? Do we need to do the service tag again? Doesn't seem like everyone got it. Did you get it? Oh, I have a different one in stock. Okay, cool. I'll go get it. All right, so JF7JHX3. For 2023. Oh, I should have those boards. Yeah. 2023. For some reason, I thought this was like a year old or something like that. Okay. Yeah, we'll go grab a board from stock. I mean, I might have one on my shelf, too. I don't know. Oh, man. I just restored a Dell AIO 9020. CD drive doesn't seem to want to eject. Neither the button or eject works. Paperclip got the open sigh. Was it able to read the thing, though? That's the question. All right, service tag is that. Check the site. Yeah, so I should have the board then, if it's a 7620. If you put jelly on the breakfast toast, you might have a hard time getting it off the plate. You guys are crazy. Pure cray. Gosh. All right, this thing does not want to come out of its slot. There we go, got it. All right, so send pizza to the guy so we can find the board. All right, if I get this board out, then we can actually figure out what it is on another board, and then we can just get it replaced. I'll just have to find a donor board, and I can figure out what shape it is and all that type of stuff here. Let me take the heatsink off too, make it easier. Because it's jamming. It's jamming. College kid's probably too rough with it and broke it. Well, this is the one where they changed the battery, so. Oh, unless you're talking about the CD drive still. You're the greatest technician that's ever lived. I don't know about that. I'm the second greatest, because isn't there already the greatest technician that's ever lived? That's Andy over at Salem Techsperts. The greatest technician that's ever lived. Cereal boots. What if they had like a whole engineering themed cereal set? Okay, get this off of here. Come on, baby. You're the greatest technician. No, you're the greatest technician. Oh, I might have this board. I might have this board over there. Mr. Salem Techsperts. Old Andy. He's a character. Quite the character. I haven't talked to him in a long time. Chocolate billions. Okay, one last screw and we're out. Okay, and the motherboard is out. Perfect. All right, so we got it out in no time, flat. And let's see what this guy looks like. All right, let me look at my shelf over there. I don't necessarily recognize it. But you said that I have one in stock, so I can go grab one from stock and we can actually figure out what chip it is and I can go pull it off another board. That's probably the better plan. So 7620s. 7620 motherboard. Motherboard. These boards look different though. This is a 2-in-1. 2-in-1. Oh, here we go. 7620 Vostra. There we go. That's the one. That's the one. 250 bucks. 250 bucks. 3050. Crazy. Okay. Well, let me go grab this from stock real quick. So it's a 4D4P8. 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 I'm going to need a flashlight because the warehouse lights aren't on. 4D4P8. All right, you keep saying that to me, please. 4D4P8. Or D8. 4D4. Is it 4D or 4P? 4D4P8. Oh my gosh, it's so dark in the warehouse. 44P8. Oh, it's all the way at the very end of the other side of the warehouse. Okay, I'll be right back. 44P8. 44, 44, 44. 44, 8M, no, 44P8, here we go. Got it. Okay. Nailed it. Okay, so these are brand new. And they don't have service tag set or anything, so brand new board. Okay, got that. So here's our brand new board right here. Good. Who let the dogs out? I want to dip my MOSFETs in it. Heat this label up so it's easier to get off. The void warranty sticker. This is how you open it. Or whatever to prove that it's been opened. Come on. You can do it. I'm teaching you how to open it without opening it. It's very hard to do. Just right. Just right. Otherwise it will say that's been opened. It's a sealed bag, I tell you. Brand new boards cost less than the repair. The repair costs $250, so the board costs $250. So in general, we try to do it whatever's cheaper. So there it is. Brand new board, Eddie. Yeah, Clark. Okay. It's been voided. We voided my own warranty. No, you can open the bag and return it. It doesn't matter. I'm not that picky with that. Okay, Babs. We need a Babs chip. Anybody got a Babs chip? Bab. I don't think I recognize a Bab chip. Do you recognize that one? So this is the chip that's blown up on the other board. Nothing but the best, Clark. The word is void on the plastic bag. Cheap board discount. Okay. Babe. It's a babe. Well, it's only the first three letters, so it's a Bab, actually. The old Bab. Lead farmer. It's babe for sure. Okay. I don't know what chip that is. I don't recognize it either. A lot of times I've seen it. I see a lot of these chips over and over again on all these boards. And that's not one that I've seen. You try hair with hot air tweezers. Oh, I should do my hair with it, huh? All right, so let's see if I can find a board that is kind of similar to that. I'm trying to think of what would have that. Something like this. One of these boards? This board sounds delightful. Let's see. Where is a Bab when you need it? Or babe, or whatever. Yeah, babe. Yeah, babe. We already stole parts off of this one. It's a pig chip. It resembles an EC chip. I mean, that's tiny for an EC chip. Babe's talking with Blanche. You guys and your jokes. You guys and your jokes. All right, we need to get the chip number off of this, so let's see if we can figure this out. I don't think we have a board view for this. All right, so let's see if we can figure out what that is. I doubt we can, but we will try. What I see is this. Indicates is marking Bab is the prefix, IC code, EF is the date code, S is da-da-da. That's what I thought. So Bab is what we're looking for. What did I miss? What did I miss? Says the letters are in hex code. It's under the cover. It's undercover. It's vulnerability. Designed to refers to Broadcom security chip. So I don't think that's it. Yeah. Better triple check that. No, this should just be a buck converter. That's all it is. It's just a buck converter, like this thing is saying. It's a 20-pin QFN, such as a 3-volt or 5-volt power rail management. That's exactly what it is. This is a Dell Vostro 7620 laptop motherboard. Okay. DC to DC, 8 amps, blah, blah, blah. So it's saying it's this chip here. All right, so let's find this in another schematic. That's what we want. That's what we want. So we're going to try to search all the schematics for that. Go. Start the search. It's hunting. It's hunting, I tell you. It's hunting. Okay, so while it's hunting... Ooh, it already found some. We found some. Okay, nice. We found the hit 9500s. All right, so 9500s have Bab chips on it. Not Bab. Not Bab. So here's a 9500. Let's see if we can find one on here. This one already has a bunch of missing chips. Hold on. That apparently goes to a bunch of them. Let's try this board instead. This is crazy, the amount of... Look how many have come up. Look how many matched. This list is like long. So I guess they use it on a lot of boards. So this one... No, it's a 3H equals. Where's it at? Where would it be on this board? That doesn't make sense to me. Probably should just pull it up in a board view. Yeah, let me do that. All right, what are you guys talking about? I can't see the chat right now. Bab is 3.3. So, but I don't know why you're talking about this Broadcom chip. It's not a Broadcom chip. Yeah, so there's the full number. It's a SY28 or 8288, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They use it everywhere. It's beside the coils, it is. But let me go into a schematic, one of these schematics that says it's there. So if I choose one of these, like this 9500, can I open that? There we go. All right, so it says right here, and then let's find it again. Come on. You're not going to tell me where you are? It's a PU500, so we'll just go find PU500. I don't have a board view for this, though. Nice. That's not helpful. PU500. PU500. Look for coils, I tell you. Coil. No, I know where I'm looking. I'm looking for coils. 3 volts and 5 volts are over here, but this is all on a 3 equals or whatever. 3H equals. So PU500, that's a 400. Find the PU500. Does anyone know where it is? PU500. 1900. Trying to find this chip. All right, I'm gonna, okay, is that it? Okay, so here's PU500. So it's saying that this is the same chip. Okay, so that's saying it's the same thing. Okay, so now I'm gonna do this, screenshot that, and we'll come back over to our stupid AI. Is this a compatible replacement? No. S, which is a what? What am I missing here? It's RAC versus, okay, so there's a BRAC. Okay, so I need to be more granular with our search. Okay. Does that make sense, people? So this is a chip I found on this board. I'm not being granular enough. Don't do what I do. And the search begins. Okay, so we're back to that. Okay, well, while that's searching, what's going on? Bob Marley and the Wailers, love it. Was listening to her this week. PL500, whatever it takes. Find PU500, PL500. We found it, so different. Yes, different chip. Okay, so what we're trying to do now, I'm trying to lose people. No, I thought that we found the chip on this board. This is a good board from stock. This is the bad board, exploded chip. Now we can try taking that thing off of there right now while we're searching. We're hoping that it's only a chip that's blown up, but I don't understand how it blew up. Unless their motherboard was shorted. I don't understand. They plug in a new battery and that blew up. Why did they even do it? You were after PU500. I did. I found PU500, but then PU500 was the wrong. Okay, so now we did have an update here. So these are going to be the exact same ones. Okay, so now we need latitude. Okay, all latitude boards. Okay, so let's find a latitude 5580. Let's do that. 5580. I think it might be one of these, maybe? What board is this? This might be a 5580. I don't know. I don't know. Bab, are you on here? Bab, are you on this board? We got a bod. So I bet if a bod's on here, then a bab should be on here. There's a bab. We found a bab. There you are. Okay, so we have a bab. We're good. We're in the house with a bab. Okay. So now we have a chip, but I'm just going to verify that we are correct on that. Okay. Is this the correct chip? Yes, that's the correct chip. All right, so AI is telling me I'm amazing. So there you go. Aha. All right, so legalize it. Legalize it. All right, so let's try to get this area cleaned up, removed, and then we can try to transfer it over. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it or not, but basically we're gonna have to get this taken off the board. We might need to grind it down. I'll take this thing out of the way. What do you guys think? Is it going to come off without pain and suffering? Check the schematic's location. I think we got it. I think we got it. Jim and I is very encouraging, I know. They always are trying to make me feel good about myself. Lead Farmer fixed the BIOS on your 5580. Funny. Lead Farmer's the BIOS, the greatest technician of all time, BIOS man. Hope they didn't say gold pens versus silver pens now. I don't know if this is going to come off, the thing. We might be up the wrong creek here. Okay. Oh, that pad's not coming off there. Keep that in place. Got to be careful. Okay, what's coming off? Good. This one coming off. Be very careful. Gotta be careful. Okay, so that needs to be ground down. This one. We lost the pin there. Just keep that in place. Add some more flux. So what happens is this thing ends up getting welded to the board. Basically, it gets so hot that the metal fuses with the other metal by melting. Oh, I can't get this piece off. Alright, let's get the grinder out, I guess. No, don't break that off. Alright. On it. Okay. Grinder it is. Yuck. The warranty is voided on this thing, for sure. Okay. So that middle one we're not able to get off. We also have some pads that are kind of messed up over here in this other area. So I don't know how well this is going to be repairable anyway, but we'll see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to grind this down because it's metal. This grinder's cheap. Break out the grinder. We'll get it as low as we can. Now, if I just rip this piece off, then it would rip the pads off, and then we're having a lot harder time actually rebuilding this. Use conformal coating to prevent the copper from leaving the chat. I don't know if this is going to work, guys. Hey, we got that off. Okay. I cannot see what we're working with here, but I'm going to clean this up. What time is it? Ooh. We need a diamond bit. What we need. Okay. All right. So we do have that removed, most of it. I just need to clean it up so we can actually see what we're working with. Now the main concern is here is like having to be able to connect this thing back to the board. I'm going to try to pick up these grinding pieces as much as I can, but I'm also trying to be careful with because the board's sensitive. Oh, horror show. It's a horror show, I tell you. Freddy Cougar's dungeon. Yep. So we have a hole there. What do you guys think? Next? It's almost bedtime, that's what I think. Well, so this is all one pad here. These are they separate or not? I can't tell. Just trying to read this. Okay, so this is its own line here. These two are over here. These three go there. It's hard to tell what you can see and what you can't. New board. Yeah, I think we might be in new board territory. I mean, this I could probably get this together, maybe. I mean, we have a hole right here. I think is the short gone? The short is still there, though, too. So we took this chip off, and the short is still there. So where is the short, then? Does that mean that this isn't even the short? That this thing shorted to something else that exploded? Yeah. So it might be in the layers itself, because you can see something down here. We could drill to China. Yeah. I'm going to say probably no-go on this. I mean, the board's only $250, and the repair's $250. So I think even fixing it would not make it as good as it should be. Let's try this now. Yep, still shorted. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we can inject voltage in there if you want, just to see what gets hot, because it may be something else somewhere else, but I think we're done with this one, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I could try again tomorrow, but I don't think there's anything happening here. It's open heart surgery. So basically what we're seeing here is the chip that was exploded on the board. I originally thought that it was the one that was actually causing the short. We took the chip off the board. There's still a short. It's still a short the same way. So it means that we have a short on that power rail, and we have a short on the other side of it on the main power rail. We do see board layers are burned up. We have char, and we have missing pads. So rebuilding all those pads, getting all those in the right spot, getting all that stuff, and then putting the new chip on there. But we still have shorts on either side. So with that said, most likely not worth spending all the time trying to fix, because it's not like $1,000 board or $1,500 board or something like that. The board brand new right here. I have one in stock. I mean, maybe it's a different CPU, but I have one that's $250, which is the same price of the repair. I mean, plus there'll be labor, so it ended up costing $3 something, because I'll charge $129 for labor plus the board, so it does cost more, obviously. But all right, so I'm just going to throw this in the bin here, and we'll just set this aside. All right, so the question is, guys, we are running low on time. What do y'all want to do? What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to start the last repair, or do you guys want to just hang out for a little bit? We got 30 minutes. We got 30 minutes. Or do I have a project? Oh, that's right. I was going to show off this board. Let me show you this real quick, if you guys don't mind. I forgot to do it. I was going to showcase this. So I was working on a machine earlier. I filmed it. So we have a filmed repair that's going to be coming up, and you guys get a little bit of a preview, I guess. Do you guys want a preview, or does that make you upset if I give away too much information before a video gets released? Because you guys are my brain trust, and I want to give you like a little bit of an inside track on some stuff, you know. And so I just filmed something today, and it's pretty messed up. And the owner of the laptop he's trying to work something out, and was trying to figure out like if we can get this thing going. So sneak peek, no, yes, preview. Looks like a lot of people are saying preview is acceptable. Go, no info. All right, so if you don't want to get an inside scoop on this stuff, just plug your ears for a second here, or I can just explain this. All right, so we have an X16R2. Okay, so this is a pretty high-end machine. I don't get a lot of them, okay, but an X16R2, I'll grab it for you. This one right here. So it's kind of a rare machine. I don't get a lot of them. So X16R2, the customer was trying to clean his fans, and he did not unplug the battery, and he was using some metal tweezers to unplug things and shorted out something on the board, okay? And then the board no longer turned on, or the laptop no longer turned on, so he took it to a U-Break iFix location. Or shall I call it U-Break, they break it more. So he took it there in this location, so that they don't do board repair, but they do have a lab that they can send it off to. And so they mailed his laptop off to a motherboard repair lab that's in their network or whatever it is. And the laptop was gone for a couple weeks. So they get the laptop, he gets the laptop back, and they just call and say, he sent me the receipt too, and he blocked out everything. So they called him and said, laptop's ready, come pick it up. It was a no fix. We were not able to fix it. It's not going to cost you anything, and charge $0. Charged $0 and was basically was cryptic and wasn't giving them much information. So it ends up, you guys, this is just stupid. It ends up that they ripped some ribbon cables inside the board, or underneath, which is the rear Tron cover. They said that no parts were available. They couldn't fix the board. It's unrepairable. And so they ripped some ribbon cables. Then I pulled the motherboard out, and here's what I found. All right, so first thing I noticed is that there was a short on the main power rail. And so I pull the board out and I look and I see this chip right here is completely like burnt. And I said, oh, what's going on with that? And then I realized that this has had soldering next to it. So there's still flux on the board. This whole area right here, there was a short on the main power rail right there. And then this is actually the 5-volt power rail. And so they mentioned something about the 5-volt power rail having an issue. Well, then if I actually went and measured and injected voltage, I found that we had a short over here inside the VRAM. So the VRAM is completely shorted, but the VRAM is shorted because this MOSFET, which I took this one off, this MOSFET was completely shorting through the VRAM, but there was no VRAM buck controller. It was missing. So this was missing here, which means we had floating gates here, which means that the full 20 volts would go straight into there, and we still have flux all across here. And then the auxiliary power is missing on the board too. So this is actually the 1.8 that goes into the CPU. This is an Ultra chip, and that's missing too. So with all these different components, flux all over the board, all this stuff, they were either chasing the wrong thing the entire time because the short was on the main power rail and it was just shorted through this MOSFET, or they caused all this other problems because the area where the guy shorted on the board was right here. You can see this little mark. That mark right there only has to do with audio stuff. So all of this is just audio port, audio left and right speaker, stuff like that. That's it. So even if he sent something over here, it would have been into an audio chip, and that's it. So anyway, needless to say, the motherboard's a $900 motherboard. I actually have the R1 version. His is an R2. I installed it into his machine. The machine's working with my R1, and but we're negotiating with Ubreak iFix to see if they could pay for it. So that's what we're working on. Anyway. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, the thing is like the machine didn't work. And so I don't know how far they broke it. I know that like you can tell someone else messed with it. They just didn't put it back together all the way. But it was like, there was weird things like the LCD ribbon cable was like tucked under the board. I'm going to sell the board to him at a discount. So my idea here is like, I'm going to give him a deal on the board. And then if he has to pitch in some money, and then he can get them to pitch in money, then he can get it all done. So I'm giving him a couple $100 off on the board, and because I feel bad, obviously. I mean, they had some stuff happen, so definitely insanity. Feels bad, man. Woodward reserve time. Okay, so that is that. I don't know if we should start a whole new repair though. Donor board, and I don't have any of these donor boards for this X16, so I had to pull a board from stock to even measure with. You guys want to try one more? Let's try the eBay one. We started with the eBay one. You want to go back to the eBay one? The last one's an X14. We have this customer. This customer might be in chat actually. I can't remember. Are you in chat, Brett? Brett Plummer? Yes, this is an X14. This is the 14-inch version of the same laptop we just looked at, the X16. So this one says right here that the fans were making intermittent noise, suspected debris, remove the back cover, pick the hairs out and fuzz. After cleaning, the machine worked normally for a day and a half and then died. Does not power on. You break, I break it more. Pray for an easy pizza. Yes, let's pray for an easy pizza. So it doesn't power on after they clean the fans, after they clean the debris. I have missed everything. Tazzy, 50 A's. Thank you so much for that. 50 Australian bucks from down under. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, so this is going to be the X14R2, repairing third. But didn't we change the title to the correct one? It's the X14R2, shorted after cleaning fans or something like that. All right, here we go. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware X14R2. Now this one actually worked until they cleaned the fans out. They put it back together. The laptop still worked after they cleaned the fans, but then it only worked for a day and a half until it shut off. Now it has no power at all. They don't know if they caused the issue, but I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. I don't know. Let me get a power meter set up. We need the Franken-meter, because this is all USB-C. Where we're going is in the USB-C land, so we have to install our Franken-meter, which is this guy right here, this crazy sketchy cable. And this will make it where we can actually see the power on the power meter. All right, get that plugged in, one after another. Daisy chain them all together. Okay, here we go. I nailed it. I don't know. I don't feel like I nailed that one. I'm getting tired though, because I've been here for 14 hours. Okay, here we go. First one, trying to update the BIOS, something sus, even after the BIOS, 2.5 hours, postpone, first unit. Dragon Balls, you know, you nailed it. Okay, so let's go ahead and, we got that reset, right? Is it 0? Wait, did I reset it? Yeah, okay, so it should start at 0 because this is a USB-C meter. It's gonna jump up to 5 volts and it should jump to 20 after that. So 5 and then 20, and it's pulling 0, 0. Oh, sorry. It's pulling, ooh, look at that, psychedelic. So it's pulling 0, 0. It's not, well, it's pulsing on. It's trying to do something. Do you see that? That's a weird one. Another 10 out of 10 intro. Let's do it. Thank you there, Chris. All right, what do you guys think about that? That's a weird, like you see how it pulses to 1 amp or almost 1 amp and then jumps off over and over again. That's a weird one. Okay, I'm gonna use a different port just in case. Plug it into that one, 20 volts, and that was still doing the same thing. All right, so let's open the lid. Nothing, hit the power button. Nothing, but we can see it doing something. Nothing's happening, but it's doing something. All right, so with that type of thing, we should be able to put it on the thermal camera and actually see some sort of heat. That's what I'm hoping for. Can we get something working by the end of the night? I'm hoping. We need a new screw bowl though. There we go. Luckily I have tons of screw bowls. It's having a seizure. We are losing people rapidly. Bad EC chip. This one, does it have programmable EC chip? I cannot remember. I don't think it does. I think it has a Novaton, which is self-programmable. What's your malfunction, I tell you, sir? Stuck fan? That'd be interesting. But it should power on still. Looks like a short to me. To me, it looks like a short too. Okay. Hunting for the Bab chip. Postponed 30 minutes. Cost $250 motherboard. Your Dragon Ball and his whole updates there. Perfect. All right, and the bottom is off. Okay, I got the main battery. This is an OEM battery. It's an or Alienware, so the sticker's on the other side. And do we have an NVMe in there? We do. All right, I'm gonna unplug the battery. This does not have a CMOS battery, so we're just gonna unplug that, and I'm gonna hold down the power button just to clear it, make sure we don't have some sort of CMOS reset that we need to deal with. Clearing the CMOS, that will clear the EC chip settings that we need to reset, hopefully. And then we will plug it back in. Okay, still doing exactly the same thing, jumping to about 1 amp. Power button does nothing. All right, so I'm going to, has it been a hard night? It's been okay. It's not been too bad. I feel like we won kind of a weird one so far. All right, so we do have some heat going on here. Is that it? Look at that. 82 degrees. That seems like our issue. Do we find it? Are there magnets in the bowl? There are. There are magnets in the bowl. And I can see that we have a heat spot. Boy! Hopefully that's a winner winner chicken dinner underneath that, because that's a toasty boy. All right, so I'm going to show you this, and this is why I love this plastic, and I wonder if this is why Dell even puts it on here. So this black plastic will always be like your, you know, sensing pad. I don't know, whatever it is. It just like, it will burn a hole into it. So we have a hole burned in there. Why it's burned, I don't know. Did he clean the fans out by pulling the motherboard or not? Fixing them all is overrated. The most we've ever fixed in one stream is 3, but maybe we did 4 one time. Okay. What? What? Okay, here we go. Okay, let's go back over here. Are you kidding me? Oh! Yes! We have a easy pizza. Oh my gosh. So this is a capacitor that's blown up. It's just a blown capacitor, guys. That is so exciting. Wow. Okay, and this is our PD controller, TPS 65994. We have an easy pizza. We have an easy pizza. Who would have ever thought that? So easy pizza means that it is a small component, usually a capacitor, that's pretty easy to change out quickly. And I'm going to try to just do it with hot tweezers in a low heat and see if we can get it out. But you can definitely see this is the black part here, but it's probably just cracked and getting hot. Yep. All right, let's do it. Wow. All right. Perfect timing, right? We don't have much time left, so that works out. So I'm going to put a guard across here, across the back, and perfect. Let's see if I can try to get in a good position for the tweezers. Got to get in the right angle. But I cannot get the right angle of the laptop here. That might work. Need to get this guard out of my way. Okay, I'm going to use some Kapton tape. This is driving me crazy. What I'm having a hard time doing is I actually need to be in this position to use the tweezers. And I want the air to go this way if I'm going to add any hot air. And so I need to, you know, it's work. It's work. So we'll put a little bit of this, a little bit of that. No capacitor, no short. That's what they say. That's what they say. Put that right there. Nice. Okay. Perfecto. And I like putting this guard here because then it actually really blocks it. So maybe we'll add a little piece of tape to hold that on place. Okay. I can feel myself slowing down a little bit though. It's almost Balacones time. Balacones. Blue corn whiskey. All right, see if we can get this installed right there. Stay. Nice. Okay. Fans unplugged. Well, the fans are plugged in. Oh, are they plugged in upside down? They can't plug in upside down these because the way that their ribbon cables are. So they're actually ribbon cables on this machine. See? So can't be plugged in upside down. It's kind of a weird fault. I think it just must be just coincidence or something. What do you think about that? Do you think that's hokum? Do you think it has to be a conspiracy? Battery, battery, battery. Battery's unplugged. I can flick the battery cable. Okay, flick it. The battery's undone. It's right here. We got it. Thank you. Okay. Get this thing off of here. So I'm going to have to do 300 degrees, just a little bit of heat. I'm mainly going to be taking it off with my hot tweezers, but hot tweezers are not hot enough in general to get off these types of chips because we have the board so hot. So that's the issue. Now the question is, if I just take this off, will the board turn on? That's what I want to know. Because if that's the case, then we're just going to take it off of there. Okay, so I'm going to use some heat at 300 degrees and get in there like that. Another burnt resistor. I can't really get down in there, which is annoying. Come on. You can do it. I might need to add some solder on it. Solder. It's just like it's too thick on this one edge to get down in there. All right, let me add solder. Just break it off is what I want to do. I'm using 300 degrees, so it's not hot enough to melt anything. So if you're worried about me melting things with that, I'm only using 300. That ain't nothing, man. That ain't nothing. Come on. Get in your home. That's just, I cannot get in there. That's why I hate it. I hate it. Let me just break it off. No, doesn't want to come off either. More heat, more heat. The thing might be welded, you're right. I'm gonna be careful. I just don't have enough solder down the crack there. There we go, got one side, got it. Okay, cool. It's off of there. Nice. All right, so we have that removed. Just clean it up a little bit. Make it look a little more tidy. Okay. You ready? No, we don't need that cap. Don't worry about it. We'll replace it in another video. .06. 2 amps. We have keyboard backlight. All right. We're going to let this run for a second and see if we can get a picture. 10-minute warning. And we have a picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. All right, so this one was actually a simple one. We did have something very nice and simple. It was just a capacitor that did blow up. We were able to identify it very fast because we did see that it was pulsing some power, trying to turn on. It's basically trying to pull up that power rail, and it wasn't able to do that, so it was throwing kind of a heat signature that we looked at under the thermal camera. We were able to find it really fast without even injecting any current. So the laptop is working. Now, I will go back and replace that capacitor later. I'm not concerned about it right this second. The machine will work just fine without it. But this is actually an easy, quick finish for the evening. And so now we can actually switch to a let's chat for the last 8 or 10 minutes or so. Just chatting, sorry. And woohoo! I saved another laptop! Okay, perfect. All right, so what we got? Anybody got anything good to ask me tonight? So this is a time where you can actually just ask me whatever, and I'll do my best to keep up, but the chat moves really fast for me, for my brain, my little brain. More cowbell. What this needs is more cowbell. Great show. Thank you there, Ink. Meter off. Thank you. Here, we'll go to this screen, actually. We don't need that. You can use my face. My face. What's your opinion on the Dell G3 3773? Ishma, thank you. Oh, here's some cheers and a cigar. Thank you for the 2 months. G3s in general are going to be plastic machines, so I don't like them that much. And so if you have one and then it does break, I wouldn't put too much money into fixing it. So that's my opinion on that. Sorry. You should isolate the USB-C diagnostic equipment to like the flash programmer and spike ground the isolation the adapter. Interesting. Okay, so shared grounds between the two different tools can cause shorts and unexpected results like the PC error. Okay. All right, so I need to figure out a way of isolating that. But that's like having floating grounds too. That's kind of sounds. How much do you charge for repair? Regular repair is $129. Motherboard repair is $249. If it's just an install, it's $79. So I'm about to raise my prices, I think, because I'm way too cheap, and I have repair shops that are sending in stuff because they can charge double what I'm charging. It's weird. I don't know, but and I'm having a hard time kind of keeping up with all the price. I mean, everything's just getting so expensive. So I have to raise my prices a little bit, $20 or something like that. But so we'll see. I'm so exhausted. I am, but I'm glad that we actually were able to fix that one. You know, Nate question, B2B special rates. I do too much work and I want to send my Dells to you. Won't even touch them and send them straight away. Special rate. I mean, you know how repair is. It's like it's still going to take the same amount of time, whether what type of repair you're doing. So it's giving volume discounts for repair isn't practical. Like if I'm selling a product, say I sell 10 motherboards, if I sell it to 10 different people, it costs me money to ship it 10 different times, pull it from the shelf 10 different times, do all that stuff. But if one person buys 10, then it boxes up. So you can give a deal on that. But if it's 10 repairs, it still takes 10 different times to work on it, and it's still the same amount of work. So I can't really give that many discount. So I don't know. Most people basically just say I'm already way too cheap, and they send all the repairs to me anyway. I have a guy who charges $375 for motherboard repairs, and he brings them to me, and I just do them. So, how much do you charge for cleaning the computer caused this damage? Oh, how could cleaning the computer cause this? I don't think they're related at all. I think they're unrelated. Are you going to build a battery spike meter? I will, but it's going to have a bunch of different adapter plugs on it, so that's going to be the hardest part, is making it where it fits multiple batteries, or else I'm going to have to make 10 different spike meters. Wow, we went through all 3 laptops tonight. Yep, we've done that before, and sometimes we fixed all 3 of them before. Another great stream. Thank you. Can you post an update on the first one, maybe a short video? We'll see. Maybe I could just do it like, hey, we did this one on the stream. Now it's working a little bit stable, or I never was able to figure it out. Yeah, I'll let you know. What's with the battery cable? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. How can this work without the capacitor? The capacitors are just filtering, and they already had there's 6 in that area. I just removed 1, so 5. So basically, they're just for filtering little spikes of current. So it's not nothing's running through it. It's just running as kind of like a buffer in a way. How the mini struts going? The mini, I just ordered all the struts, so I have my full back that I'm about to install. I have the parts coming, so I'm about to tear apart the whole back of my Mini Cooper to replace them because they're making noise. But I did fix it enough for it wasn't making noise, and now it's starting to make noise again. What's your favorite, sorry, I missed the button. What's your favorite flux or solder? So I use Black Horse Flux, so the Omega 559 RA is usually what I use the most. Solder, I've had the same roll of Kester, 6040 Kester right here. I've had it for a long time, 10 years or something. This roll, I don't go through that much solder. It's funny, I don't know how anyone could go through that much solder. Put a note on the last laptops, that PQZ1 MOSFET, it looked like it had a burn mark on it. Okay, well, I will mark that down. It has 5 more caps, exactly. How can it work without a capacitor? We already did that. Wants to try to build? Wait, who you try to build? Do you keep the stats on your repair success rates? I don't, but I would say, some weeks are worse than others. Like this week, I had, I think, 3 that needed a new motherboard, or it was unrepairable, but I probably fixed, I don't know, 15 or something. I don't know. So I would say usually 80% is probably where I'm at for the most part. It really depends. Sometimes I have 100% success rate for a lot of them, but it just, you're running the ones where you have burn holes or blown CPUs. Ken says, okay, that's fair. What's the usual turnaround for a motherboard repair? I'm going to send you a Dell Alienware turnaround. Is okay. So in general, right now we're kind of busy. So 7 to 10 days is kind of what it is whenever it arrives, and that usually it gets filtered through another technician first, and then they basically determine it is a bad motherboard. Now, if you know for sure it's a bad motherboard, it needs motherboard repair, then we can skip it straight into my queue, and my queue usually is about 3 or 4 days. So that's kind of how it is. So it's like it's the first technician confirms that it is a bad motherboard, and then it's sent to my queue. So Chris, thanks for the night, for the stream. Hope you had a wonderful night. You're my biggest inspiration. Here are a few more bucks. You saved 3 laptops. Thank you so much for that, Chris. I appreciate that. It's so generous of you. If you ever had a rabbit hole and you go for, it becomes a gopher. Go for. That's a good one. I love it. Seriously, double your price from them. I know. That's what I should do on some of that stuff. So I'm basically thinking about going from, right now it's $249 for motherboard repair. I'm thinking about going like $279 or something. I don't know. I don't want to charge too much. And then my regular repair of $129, I'm going to go to $149. And then my motherboard, or my regular install is $79. I was going to go to $89. I don't know. I wasn't going to charge a bunch more, but the thing is I pay for return shipping on all that too. So that cost me about $30, $25-30. And so that $129 is actually more like $100 I get. The $249 is really like $220, you know. So it's like I'm paying for the return shipping. And then, you know, so anyway. Keep the same normal customers. Let's see. Can you do a new shirt? New tech serial boot loops. Serial boot loops. And make it look like Toucan Sand Fruit Loops. That'd be pretty funny. Here, I'm going to tag that. Take a picture of that. Cool. You can change your memberships to 3.3, V5, and V20. I love it. I love that. Now, the problem with, I can add memberships. I cannot edit memberships or else it cancels everybody in the memberships. But that is perfect. It took me a long time to come up with the names that I have right now, which is Coolest Fans, board members, or donor board members, and then Save Note Laptop. What has inspired the Golden Girls name? It was just a joke one day. So I had a few different technicians here, and then we're just kind of like, we always named like our installs with different things. It's like we used King of the Hill stuff, so we had Bobby and things like that. And then we were like, oh, well, I'm going to name it Blanche, you know, from the Golden Girls. And then we just started, I don't know. It's just, you have to name each install anyway if you want to keep it separate from other ones. So we were just kind of like joking around with that. Asus tough 15-inch screen not coming on with RGB backlights on the keyboard. The fans also are spinning. What could be the problem? That sounds like a BIOS to me. But it could be, I don't know if there's error codes or something. I've never worked on an Asus in my life, so you're asking the wrong person, but it could be a BIOS. Darn it, it moved on me. It moved. We need to do a Spike version 3. Love the videos. Kester 44 is the best. I think it is Kester 44. Watching from Mozambique. Mozambique. Well, welcome. Thank you. Did you buy a new power? I bought a new meter. It's the same meter as before. I just hit the same button, and that way I have it working. And then I'm working on buying a fancier meter, a Fluke or something like that. We will see. I'd say that Nathan is about 65 to 80%. It really depends. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if you're talking about on the live streams, yeah. So 65 to 80% could do it. Capsule filter and flatten out the energy, and are meeting the FCC regulations. That's right, for RF. Cotton candy grapes are circuit breakers. Thanks for coming. Are awesome, and I hold the bag of watching the stream. No cap, no short. I enjoyed the stream. How many laptops in a month do you have to reprogram the BIOS? Oh, I don't know how many. I usually kind of think about that per week, and we do, I don't know, at least 5 a week, sometimes 10. I mean, it depends. It depends on how crazy it is. What did you say up here? Hydrate. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna hydrate in some bourbon or whiskey soon. Okay. All right, sorry about that. All right. The cap is probably going to, the shorted cap is probably just a coincidence. That's what I think. Great stream tonight. Thanks for working with us. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. How much do you charge for a PTM 7950? So if it's just or liquid metal, if it's leaking, then we have to charge like a board repair because it takes forever and you have to clean and do all this stuff. But if it's just a regular, just like liquid metal, it's the 129. Everything just falls under that. So 129, and that puts you some PTM on there, or Thermal Grizzly if you want to buy your own kit. Can you replace Intel chipsets? I have done it multiple times, and I would say that I'm about 33% successful on that, because whether it fixes it or not, who knows. I've been able to test the newish Thermal Grizzly PTM. We sell it. We sell the Thermal Grizzly stuff, and it seems almost exactly the same as the PTM from Honeywell. So I think they're the same thing to me. That's what we sell, and we sell a bunch of it now. So we became a vendor with Thermal Grizzly, and so they send us tons of stuff. Thank you so much for the mods and for the diligent. Thank you there, Chesty. You should raise your prices 20 to 40%. Yeah, someone told me I should just keep raising them until people stopped coming, and I'm like, that's not who I am. I had the same repair prices until 2024. So September of 2024, I finally raised my prices for the first time since I started the business 20-something years ago. But I still think I'm too cheap. Tazzy, 50, another 50. Man, I'm just, I'm just sick. I am saving up to send my laptop to you because I was told that they're going to charge me $1,000 is how much it's going to cost to fix it. Wow, Tazzy, wow. Okay, well, yeah, talk to me about what model it is and what issue it's having, and let's kind of brainstorm and figure out what we can do for a solution for that, you know, and whether you want to send the whole laptop or just the motherboard. Or I normally like the whole laptop, but you know, if it costs, because you're from Australia, right? So that's a lot. It costs a lot. I said we would make a cable battery for the voltage. Oh, cable. Gotcha, for the battery. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so I did build one. Oh yeah, I was building one right here for this, and I started soldering it and having some issues. And so I mean, I can keep messing with it. I think I need some sort of breakout board or something that I can make it where I can plug all sorts of batteries into it. That would be a lot easier. I'm an Asus 15. Screen's not coming on. You already said that multiple times. I have an M15R7. The keyboard lights up. No alien head. Stadium lights don't work. What could be the problem? So we figured out. Terry, is that the same person? Terry, I thought we were working on your M15R7 that had that issue. Anyway, so we had an issue with somebody. I thought it was you. But basically, we had to flash the firmware. So you had to install Alienware Command Center, flash some firmware. If you put a MCU board on that is the wrong machine, these things are using their service tags to figure out what type of board it is. So I don't know, if you change it to palm rest, then that can cause that issue. It's a weird one. So you have to make sure you're matching your motherboard with what it was actually shipped with, or uninstall Alienware Command Center from scratch, reinstall it, see if you can fix it that way. I mean, it's a weird one. So you gotta make sure you can do it. So, oh my gosh, I'm so far behind already again. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. If an aftermarket battery only works, is one available, a reliable company to purchase from? I just purchased from Amazon, and then you can return it. That's what I would say. Battery spike meter. I want a t-shirt. I want that shirt. What do you got? 5 minutes over. Okay. All right, I'm going to just answer a couple more, and then we're going to go. I'm going to skip down to the bottom for the most recent. Thanks, mods, for all the hard work. You have a Precision 7760 with the PCI link degraded message. Okay, so I want you to reseat your connectors. So if you have that graphics card with the little board-to-board connectors, just rearrange your board-to-board connectors, take them off and rearrange them, screw them back on, and then make sure you don't have your board, like the board-to-board connector, pushed down. I would try holding it in one position, holding it in another position, and run the test. That's all it is. It's going to be some sort of board-to-board connector issue. You try testing with I swear you must have a bent pin in one of those. So just rearrange them or replace them all if you can. Test the flux capacitor. That's this shirt right here. So I have this listed on my store. It's the link in the video description. Anyway, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Thanks for all the donations. Thanks to the mods for keeping the chat clean. We kind of fixed the first one. I think it is fixed, but I'm going to play around with it a little bit more. The second one, explosion, board, trash. Third one is just an easy pizza. Capacitor blown. We just changed it out. Bob's your uncle. Good to go. So we did work on all three of them. That is awesome. If you're new here, I'm so glad that you came out. We do these things twice a week, so it's 8 hours of streaming, doing live repairs. Nobody really does it like I do it. I try to come in cold. I don't look at these things ahead of time. I don't want to know. I like if my other technician's working on it, I plug my ears and I go blah, 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 blah. I don't want to know anything about it. I always want to be surprised with you because it's the genuine type of reaction, right? So anyway, yeah, but like I said, thank you. Thanks for all the donations. Thanks for the subs. All that stuff does help me out a lot because I spend so much time on these things. And next stream is going to be next Sunday, 9 a.m. Central. So I hope to see you there. And thanks for watching.